Oh, I didn't even know that was. Oh, I guess I should keep my nose closer to the. I guess I should keep my nose metal. Closer to the. I guess I should keep my nose metal. Closer to the. I guess I should keep my nose metal. Closer to the. I guess I should keep my nose metal. Closer to the. I guess I should keep my nose metal. Closer to the. I guess I should keep my nose metal. Closer to the. I guess I should keep my nose metal. Closer to the. Right, let's see. I did not know. Um, I did not know. Um, right. I didn't even know there was a mid collision. There was an air collision near DC on Tuesday. 24th. Oh. Well, I guess we're going through a anniversary. Yay. Hold on. Anniversary time. Hooray. I'm living through the anniversary here in Kyiv. It's been 4 years. Started coming here in 2024. Interesting. What a wonderful time to celebrate anniversaries, huh? Let's see. Let us start with seeing how Russia celebrates this wonderful anniversary of a couple of days special military operation. 30 monitor. See, there's Russia Monitor. What was the name of the channel? Russia Media Monitor. All right, let's see if there's anything. Oh, Vladimir Solovyev criticizes Russia's economy. Russia's economy is indestructible. It is completely immune to any sort of fluctuation due to the war that it wages against Ukraine. I thought that nothing could touch the Russian economy. I thought that it was completely untouchable. Let's see. Russian media monitor. A complete comedy network. I thought Polish TV was a comedy at some point, but I guess it just stands no chance against the Russian media. There's nothing like the Russian media. Nothing can even compete. It's impossible.
Добрый вечер. Конечно, мне хотелось бы начать.
Конечно is like, of course. And it's very similar to the Polish word that means necessary, which always throws me off. I think Konieczna has similar meaning to Ukrainian and Russian, which is, it always throws me off when I hear it, Konieczna. Because I hear necessary, and what people saying it mean is, of course. I would like to start by asking everyone to forgive me. I'm not forgiving you anytime soon, you hack. You propagandist hack. I'm not forgiving you. No way.
Просить у всех прощения.
They're getting no forgiveness from me for any hurt I might have caused willfully or unwitting. What?
За вольно-невольно.
Is this a joke? He's gonna apologize for all of his propaganda and harmful rhetoric now? He's gonna get on his knees and forget and ask for forgiveness for threatening to nuke Europe and Poland in particular? No, I don't think that's the kind of apology that we're getting here now. I don't think that's what he's apologizing for, to be honest. As it often happens, many were writing me today, oh God, let me guess, he did some criticism of Russia's war or anything, and he got angry mail. As it often happens, many were writing and exchanging words like God will forgive. All of this happened. What the fuck is he talking about? What is he referencing? What did he do? What did he do that needs the forgiveness of the Russian people? Did he acknowledge that Russia's not doing as well in the war as it's often said in the propaganda pieces? On the other hand, we live in amazing... Do we live in horrible... What the fuck? We live in horrible times. You should be apologizing for this statement. You should be apologizing for saying that we live in amazing times. If ever there was a thing that needs an apology, it's this. God, what the hell? When you very much want to forgive everyone. No, I'm never forgiving you. What does he want to apologize for? I sincerely don't think that he's going to apologize for any of his horrible propaganda. So what is it? And perhaps we're obligated to do that. To do what? Since we are religious people, oh yes, the religion that calls for a genocide of several peoples, actually. I wanted to say a genocide of a people, but at this point, Russia's religion calls for the genocide of several people and nuking several countries. Erasing them off the map, I guess. It's amazing that simultaneously with this, a totally different direction of life is happening.
другое направление жизни, в
Like
котором
the Russian media always feels like a fever dream. It feels like some fever dream where people just say whatever comes to mind, especially the main propagandist. Solovyov says whatever comes to mind at a particular time. We should nuke here, we should nuke there, we should destroy here, we should destroy there. We're invincible. And the next time he just says, oh, the economy sucks and we're not doing as well as we should. And then ends by saying, therefore we should use nuclear weapons.
наблюдается
Where you can observe insanity. I mean, you live in Russia. You've been observing insanity for years now. What do you mean? It's when it comes to Russia, that's not a thing that is limited to this particular time. Insanity in Russia has been an everyday occurrence for years now.
безумие, притом повторяющееся.
That is actually recurring, self-evolving. Oh, I would not say that. That's not how I would put it, but that's probably not how I would put it.
При этом саморазвивающийся, неспособный
that is incapable of stopping and is racing into an abyss.
остановиться, несущийся в тартарары. И ты видишь, как
You see, the world is currently on the verge.
Мир сейчас находится на грани.
Oh yeah, I have to check something. Right. See that the world is currently on the verge of what?
Совершенно страшного раскола.
Of a terrible schism. Oh, yeah, because there's no schism right now. It's just on the verge. I'm sorry, like, you're a little bit slow to the news. The world is already schismed.
При этом, с одной стороны,
on one side, there are all these people
все эти люди, которые верят
who believe in God, who have traditional values. Oh, God.
в Бога, традиционные ценности, понимание,
And understanding that a man with his ego
что в центре всего
is not at the center of it all. Yeah, that's why the godly country of Russia believes that it is actually at the center of it all, and that it has to subjugate all the neighbors around it and has to become one of the most globally important countries. Yet that is the country run by the godly people that certainly keep their ego in check. Russia is the most ego-checked country in the universe, okay? Russia definitely does not believe that it's in the center of it all.
человек с его эго, а нечто гораздо
But something that is a lot higher than man.
выше чего.
Oh my God. Yeah, Russia. That is Russia to a T, isn't it? A beautiful unity with God and hubris, lack of hubris. I mean, humbleness, never-ending humbleness.
А рядом абсолютный сатанизм.
Nearby, there is total Satanism. Oh my God! I expected to hear that there is. I actually expected to hear that there is atheism, that there is evil atheism and lack of belief of God, that causes people to kill and to be evil. But no, there's only a total belief in God. The world is only divided into total belief in God and total Satanism. I told you that Russian media feels like a fever dream.
При этом этот сатанизм,
Moreover, this is Satanism that keeps going back. What?
который раз за разом возвращается к своим
To its
проискам.
plots, time and time again.
И стоит вот эту
This is the weirdest type of projection that I've ever heard.
хоть на секунду
If you set this evil free for just 1 second,
отпустить, как оно опять поднимает.
it rises up once again. Satanism has been the newest thing. Satanism has been here for a while. It has been the denazification. Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm telling these things in order, in chronological order, but it has been rescuing the Russian speakers in Donbass. That has been the primary thing that Russia has been talking about. We need to stop the genocide of the Russian speakers, of the Russian people in the Donbass region. Then it was the denazification of the entire country. Okay, that was the second, I believe, in order reason why Russia simply had to invade Ukraine. And then we had NATO, that there was a promise that Ukraine would not join NATO, and NATO was just fast-tracking Ukraine into joining it, which is complete nonsense, but that is something that Russia has been claiming. And then we have Satanism, the weirdest justification of them all, the weirdest explanation that Russia has given to the invasion of Ukraine and its never-ending battle against the West. The West is just satanic. The Russia's satanic panic is into war. It rises up once again.
Встает из каких-то
It comes up from the absolute depths of hell.
абсолютных глубин.
This is official Russian media talking about Satanism, about hell, about how entire countries just operate on a satanic mode to defeat Russia that is godly and good. This is real. This is not a parody thing. This is not a sketch. I think it's important to remember this is actual real news media channel.
Ада, для того, чтобы попытаться
In order to try to drag humanity in once again.
человечество опять затянуть. Вот мне часто мой
My
друг
friend Alexander Viktorovich Sosnovsky often says, we will go to hell.
Александр Викторович Сосновский говорит,
This
прекрасно.
is such a Eastern European way to say, my friend, someone says, who cares what your friend says? Stop trying to scare them with nuclear threats
Идти, пугать, я
and just nuke them. Just, what the fuck? I told you it always ends with the nukes. It always goes back to the nukes and the need to nuke everybody.
ядерной угрозой. Они над этим смеются,
They're laughing at this. They don't believe it.
они в это не верят. Ужас стоит в
The horror is that I am not trying to scare anyone.
том, что я никого не пугаю. Великий
The great Sergei Karaganov says,
Караганов говорит, остановитесь,
stop, come to your senses or else.
одумайтесь. Просто иначе, потому что мы не будем
They look so deadpan. God, they look like the light has been taken away from their eyes. They look like they're just, I don't know, they're like zombies just standing there with that dead stare.
вести
Because we won't be waging a conventional war.
конвенциальную войну.
I mean, you don't really wage a conventional war against Satan. God's Russia, God's strongest soldiers, I guess. Please, God help us all if these are the soldiers of God.
Есть фраза очень точная, очень правильная, которая
There is a phrase, our supreme commander-in-chief, is that what, Putin?
сказал наш верховный главнокомандующий. А зачем такой
Who needs the world if Russia won't be in it? Yeah, because Russia is facing such an existential crisis right now, of its own making, I might add. It'd be beautiful.
мир, в котором не будет России? А то, что сейчас...
I love how Russia just manufactures its own existential crisis and then use it as a justification to just invade everybody, to wage hybrid warfare on everybody, to just, I don't know, move us towards World War III, I guess. It's cool. It's cool, Russia. You're the godly country and everybody else is a bunch of Satanists, just wants to plunge us into hell. With what they're currently formulating in the West,
сейчас формулируют на Западе,
they're sincerely certain that their goal is to destroy us. No, that is not the goal. If that was the goal, the aid that Ukraine would be receiving would have been completely different, okay? If the goal was to sincerely destroy Russia, then Ukraine would have been receiving completely different type of aid. Not since 2022, which we're actually doing an anniversary right now, but since 2014, okay? That would have been the case. I'm actually gonna change the title. Might as well change the title. There you go. Warrior. Grammar is not my strongest thing, okay? Right. Let us continue this.
но они же искренне уверены, что
Yeah, everybody wants to destroy Russia, and that is exactly why Russia has to destroy everybody else.
задача нас уничтожить. Притом они нас
At the same time, they don't listen to us.
не слышат. А вот у Иткофа
But Witkov has a completely different attitude. Yeah, I know. I know Witkov's attitude. I know all of your attitudes. You keep repeating it over and over and over and over again.
совсем другое отношение
Towards this negotiation process,
и к переговорному процессу, в который
in
не
which Europeans do not believe. Yeah, it's Europeans that do not believe in the peace process. It's like nobody believes, apart from Russia, that just keeps rejecting all proposals. All sane proposals are being rejected by Russia time and time and time again. But you know what? It's the West that does not believe in the peace process, and Russia does, by putting forward maximalist demands time and time again. Of course.
не верят европейцу и к нашему руководителю.
And towards our leader.
Он
He's never been anything other than straight with me.
всегда был со мной честен, когда я это говорю.
Ah, yes. And I say that, and I get attacked.
Меня тут
Witkov.
же
Witkov
начинает-
is such an incompetent buffoon. I could have a whole rant about Witkov, how stupid he is, how he's just a real estate guy that just was plunged into international politics, into negotiation, which he has no clue about, that he is being manipulated, like almost like Trump, or maybe even more. That's just whatever.
Критиковать, но это точно
But that's an accurate statement.
утверждение. Он мне рассказал,
He has told me that this is what his red lines are. He's being just played. He's being played like little puppet, like a suck puppet.
о своих красных линиях. Знаете, меня критиковали
I still remember when he went to negotiation, I either misunderstood or just was fed lies by the Russian Federation, came back with great news that Russia is willing to make such and such concessions, only for Russia to say, oh no, we never said that. We never said any of these things. And Witkov just ended up looking like an idiot that he is. Oh, whoops, I completely misunderstood what the Russian side said when I went to the negotiations into Russia without my own translators, depending on Russia's translators. Brilliant. Witkov is such a brilliant mind, such a brilliant negotiator. You know, I got attacked for going to meet him 8 times. Yeah, and nothing came of it. No, you got nothing done. Witkov met with Putin 8 times and he got nothing. Nothing got achieved. But then again, I believe that Trump has direct phone calls with Putin at least once per week. And he also got nothing done. Okay, the United States managed to get nothing done. We're no closer to peace than we were before. And it's been over a year since Trump has been elected president. And he said that he would end this war in 24 hours. We are living in horrible times. Okay, and things have been far worse for Ukraine ever since Trump has taken office. Hello, Incub. Ukraine has been bombed more civilians have died. This has been one of the, if not the worst winter for Ukraine. No heating, no electricity, as demonstrated. Okay, I streamed this in darkness because there's a blackout. Brilliant.
за то, что я встречался с ним 8 раз.
How would you make a deal with someone
Но как можно заключать сделку
on
с
the other
человеком,
side unless you knew
не зная его позиции?
where the other person was coming from? What is it? What happened in Kub?
Мне нужно
Yeah, but the problem is that Vladimir Putin will never sincerely tell you where he is coming from. He will never get sincerity from Putin. Oh, well, no, any software can be crashed, so that does not surprise me. Like, brilliant. It's the most naive thing that you can expect is for Putin to just tell you where he's coming from, honestly, without lying.
было понять его
Yeah, maybe 8K is too much.
мотивы, цели.
I needed to understand what his motivations were. Yeah, he's never gonna give you his sincere motivations. Are you stupid? Like, what kind... Fuck me. No wonder we are no closer to peace. If we have the main person that is supposed to negotiate with Putin and he says, oh yeah, I totally believe that Putin's just gonna give me his motivations. He's gonna give me them straight up without any lies or manipulation. Of course, it's Vladimir Putin we're talking about. The ex-KGB guy. Of course he's gonna be candid with me.
И так далее. Я
His goals and so forth.
думаю, что многие из
And I actually think that a lot of those meetings
встреч сейчас становятся очень важными.
now are becoming very relevant. Yeah, then why are we no closer to peace over 1 year into Trump's presidency? Why are we getting no closer to peace if those conversations are becoming relevant? Relevant to what? Relevant for whom? Certainly not for Ukraine. Oh, electricity is back.
Понимаем их позицию.
We understand where the Russians,
Я не думаю, что украинцы не
and I don't think the Ukrainians disagree with us. Yes, they do. Okay? The Ukrainians have said many times, like, this is very interesting. I keep watching interviews with various Ukrainians on the various media when they say, yeah, these negotiations are not going anywhere. Nothing's going achieved. The West is believing Russian lies. Nothing really is. We are no closer to peace. We don't believe a word that Russia is saying. And that is also the attitude that have been reflected in my interviews. Whenever I ask people about the peace process, whenever I ask people what they think of how the latest negotiation went, I just hear, well, it's not going anywhere. I don't believe in this negotiation. I don't believe it will lead to anywhere. And Russia just lies. So yeah, I do believe that the Ukrainians disagree with you, Witkov. Sincerely disagree. It's ridiculous.
Не согласны с нашими оценками.
And I don't, in our assessment, yeah, they do. They do disagree with you. Trust me, I talk to Ukrainian people and they disagree with you sincerely.
Поэтому я считаю, что эти встречи были важны.
So I think those meetings were important.
И я надеюсь...
No, they were not. They were a waste of time. You did not achieve anything during those meetings. The only thing that you have achieved is more time for Russia. Russia was able to very effectively buy time during those meetings. And it continues to do so. It continues to stall. Which is why Zelensky has lost patience for this. Which is why Zelensky has just, I believe, walked out of a few meetings now saying, yeah, this is just stalling. And hopefully we're going to consummate our marriage. The whole thing, whatever that means, consummate the marriage. Turns out that only Europe needs war. Yeah, because Europe started the war, right? It was not Russia that invaded Ukraine. No, it was Europe that invaded itself. I love this rhetoric of unless you give Russia everything that it wants, unless you open Ukraine to being invaded in the future, unless you leave Ukraine defenseless and with less territory, then you just want war, okay? The only way you don't want war is to give Russia every single thing that it wants, every single demand that Russia puts forward. Unless you agree to it, then you're just a warmonger. That is the reality of the situation. Russia should get territory. Russia should get the control of their Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russia should get a demilitarized Ukraine, a neutral Ukraine, so under Russian control. And also, preferably, NATO troops should retreat from neighboring countries like Poland. Otherwise, you're just a warmonger. You're a Satanist country. America doesn't want this war. Yeah, because it wants business with Russia. Current America under Trump also does not want a rules-based order around the world. Current America under Trump does not believe in international law. And of course, current America believes that border agents can just murder citizens. So Trump's America, not America of the Democrats. There you go. If there was ever an endorsement of the Democratic Party, it's that Russia hates it and loves Trump's America. Trump's America does not want this war. Trump's America doesn't want this Europe either. Yeah, Trump's America wants a divided, weak Europe. Trump's America wants a Europe without the European Union when you can just deal with each nation state of Europe. A very weak individually country, I might add.
Америка Трампа не хочет и этой Европы. Сколько ж поколений
How many generations of German politicians
немецких политиков жаждут
have been craving the possibility of a rematch? None of them. If Germany wanted a rematch so badly, then they would have been moving towards it a long time ago. Germany was one of those countries that really obstinated the most from giving Ukraine long-range missiles. Why would they not give Ukraine the missiles that it needed if they wanted a rematch? If Germany was so hungry for a rematch, then they would not hide behind excuses not to provide Ukraine with needed support. Oh, if we send these missiles to Ukraine, then we need to send experts. Oh, and if we send experts, then there's a possibility we'll be dragged into war. Germany would be just itching to get back at Russia by giving Ukraine all the long-range missiles and weakening Russia. This is stupid. So no politicians have been itching for a rematch. This is all a delusional Russia propaganda fantasy for Russians. Do they realize that in this war, which Russia has started, by the way, I will have to repeat this because we're having an anniversary right now. Okay, on the 24th of, I mean, it is for technically speaking the 25th right now in, it is already the 25th, but in many countries it's still the 24th. On the 24th, Russia has attacked Ukraine, okay? Europe has not invaded Russia. The West has not invaded Russia. Russia started this war. Russia wants this war more than anybody else. German people, just like many other European people. Not only won't end up victorious, but may not even remain part of history. Oh yes, Russia will erase everybody, as it has throughout history. Russia has already erased Germany so many times. I'm sorry, Solovyov, but it's your favorite country that stopped existing, if memory serves. Your favorite country has been the Soviet Union. You said that you missed the Soviet Union. That was the best thing ever. Well, it doesn't exist anymore. The only country that stopped being part of history is your own Soviet Union. Because nuclear war and nuclear weapons, yeah, he always defaults to nuclear war. That's the only thing that he has left. That's the only refuge that he has left. Saber rattling about nuclear warfare. Saber rattling about using nuclear weapons, which no country will allow Russia to do. Again, the last time that Russia has been seriously threatening to use nuclear weapons, China stepped in and said no. And Russia backed off. Because Russia is extremely dependent on China support. I am gonna go as far as to say that Russia would probably be nothing without Chinese support. That is the blunt reality of the situation. Can't act in a selective manner. They look like the light has completely left their eyes. Vladimir Rudolfovich, you made a very important clarification. On what? You have not made any important clarifications. Trump's, oh yeah, that clarification. Oh my God. Yeah, America's on your side now. Yeah, we all get it, okay? We all understand that Trump's America is on your side. Your ally, basically. We all get that.
Потому что если посмотреть на другую Америку,
because if you look at the other America, the Democrat America,
она не
which isn't smaller than Trump's America,
меньше, чем Америка Трампа, она не
it isn't bigger than Trump's America,
больше, чем Америка Трампа, но и не меньше.
but it also isn't smaller.
И она
It occupies a significant part of the expert platforms.
оккупировала значительную
What expert platform? What is he talking about? The media?
часть экспертных площадок.
And media outlets, okay. He does mean the media.
средств массовой информации. Так вот, в
In this America, an alternative to Trump's America,
альтернативной Трампу Америку нас ведь тоже нет.
we aren't present either.
Нам нужно
We
будет
will have to write ourselves in.
вписывать себя самим. Никто
No one will write us into a construct
за нас в конструкцию
of European security
европейской и вообще евроатлантической
and Euro-Atlantic security as a whole.
безопасности нас не впишут. Только мы и
Only we can do it, and only with our bayonets.
только штыками.
By the way, Nikolai Patrushev said that we also have
Сказал, что у нас тоже, кстати, есть возможность
an ability to stop, search, and hold the ships
останавливать, досматривать, задерживать
sailing under the flag of EU countries. What?
корабли, идущие под
No, you don't.
флагом стран Евросоюза. Поэтому
This shouldn't be underestimated. How would you have that ability exactly?
недооценивать, да, у нас есть пока что,
Yes, but unfortunately for now,
к сожалению, Патрушев об этом не говорил,
Patrushev didn't mention this, but I will note
но я вам, так сказать, могу отметить, что, к сожалению, при всей
that unfortunately, despite the speed of modernization, the speed of modernization has been somewhat hampered by the sanctions. That is an undeniable fact. Russia has been actually suffering from a shortage of armed vehicles because of this, because it has been having trouble rebuilding, in part due to the sanctions.
при всех темпах модернизации, строительства наших
Of the construction of our battleships, which has been sunk in the Black Sea, although it's a little bit more complicated than it's generally presented. When it comes to naval warfare, Russia has not been faring very well, although some of it can be attributed to the specificity of the Black Sea itself.
боевых кораблей мы еще не можем
You can't compete with NATO's collective fleet. Yeah, you cannot. No shit.
соперничать с Объединенным флотом НАТО во главе
That is headed by the United
с
States
Соединенными Штатами в Мировом океане.
in the world's oceans. You cannot compete on land, in the air, or in the sea when it comes to the united might of NATO. No,
К сожалению.
unfortunately.
Но локально
But we can do it locally.
можем, но
А что мешает?
That is so pathetic that Russia claims to be a global power but retreats to doing things locally. What prevents us from using our marvelous reserves? Marvelous reserves. What prevents you from using your marvelous reserves is that your marvelous reserves are not endless. Okay? You don't have endless marvelous reserves. That is the main thing that is keeping you in check.
Использовать наши
Our marvelous reserves. God damn.
великолепный резерв.
I'm talking about the yachts of our oligarchs. That's your wonderful reserves? The yachts of your... What? That's your marvelous reserves? That is so pathetic.
имею в виду яхты наших олигархов,
No way this is what he meant. No fucking way.
которые сейчас прячутся по разным портам.
There are currently
Забрать олигархов, которые сейчас
They are currently hiding in various ports. No fucking way this is your glorious reserve. Okay. Wow. There's just no way.
Прячутся по разным портам.
We can seize them and arm them.
Забрать их, довооружить, использовать как
Use them as launch pads for the newest types of weapons.
платформу.
Use them as launch pads for the new types of holy shit, that is what he meant. He actually meant private private yachts. This is the reserve. This is a global power, okay? This is the country that wants to be one of the pillars of a multipolar world order. Ah, yes, we have our reserves of yachts, of private oligarchs, which we can use to launch weapons from. That sounds so pathetic. Imagine if the United States said something like that. Oh, yeah, some of our billionaires have yachts, you see, and we can use those yachts to launch missiles from. Wouldn't that sound pathetic if the United States said something like that? But come on, admit it. That would have sounded so pathetic. You would have been laughing at Russia. Okay, we're laughing at Russia, but you would have been laughing if the United States said something like that. Aren't a lot of them confiscated anyway? They are. But he just said something of a glorious reserve of yachts that are just hidden. Hidden Russian yachts.
Для новых видов оружия, беспилотных
All sorts of unmanned systems.
систем самых разнообразных. Я уверен,
I'm sure that all those who are cowardly sitting
что все эти, которые сейчас
and are being silent right now
расселись и молчат, могут с
will
радостью
be glad to donate their yachts. What the fuck? This just witness the might of our private yachts? What is happening? Tremble, world, before the might of our private yachts, which can be used as launch pads for things. What?
пожертвовать свои яхты для такого
For this kind of good cause. Does he really think that this sounds good? This sounds so pathetic. Hello, Greater Ain't. This sounds so pathetic. God damn, this is genuinely the most pathetic thing that I've ever heard. And this person is supposed to be Russia's hype man. Okay, he's supposed to be showing Russia in a hyped up light, in this glorified light. Now this guy looks amused.
благого дела. Притом заметьте, как еще не так
Know that not so long ago, the number of oligarchs
давно количество олигархов, которые
who were teaching Russians how to live
поучали россиян жить, было зашкаливающим.
was off the charts.
Как-то куда-то все
All of them have vanished somehow. They're so humble.
делись. Скромняшки.
The oligarchy is eating itself, I guess. More than that, let's look at what we are planning.
Давайте посмотрим. Мы, значит, что планируем? То есть мы себя
We are again turning ourselves into a country that is
превращаем опять
backwater, a shithole, weak, backwards,
в страну поставщик,
a supplier of certain commodities on the global market.
поставщика довольно нового вида продукции на мировой рынок.
What is
А
it?
что в этом?
What is in it for us? Well, you can continue your shitty war, I guess. That's the main thing that you're getting from this, probably. selling your resources for cheap. You can continue your shitty war.
И дальше звучала тема, а давайте вот для иностранных
For the sake of foreign investments. Sorry, what did he say here? Then a topic was raised and a conclusion was
И
made.
дальше звучала тема, а давайте вот для иностранных инвестиций, да,
For
кстати,
the
был
sake
сделан
of
вывод,
foreign, since there are no monetary resources domestically.
что внутри-то нет ресурсов денежных.
Почему?
Why?
Ну, нет денег, а что, вы
We have no money.
не читаете прессу, не читаете
Don't you read the press
выступления регулятора,
я вообще
денег
их
нет.
and the statements of the mega regulator?
не читаю.
Значит, денег
No, I don't read them at all.
нет, а вот там, а у государства
We have no money. Oops. Russia is a bankrupt state. Russia is a failed state. Whoops.
там
But countries of the global south have money.
юга большого, а там деньги есть. Вот они придут к нам и
They will come to us and help us. Will they? Will they though?
помогут-то нам. А они зачем придут?
Why will they come? Because of the riches.
Богатство и вообще развитие любой страны
The development of any country
определяется двумя факторами.
is determined by two factors, resources and competence.
Ресурсами и компетенцией.
Then why is Russia so backwards? Oh yeah, because it lacks competence. Okay. That tracks. Okay. That makes sense. Russia has the resources, but it lacks the competence. It makes perfect sense.
Слушайте, они что,
Listen, will they bring us the resources?
принесут нам ресурсы?
We have our own resources. Yeah, but you don't have competence. Oh God, I hope you'll say that next, that Russia lacks the competence.
Ресурсы у нас есть. Они что, принесут
Will they bring us competence?
компетенции?
Я, наверное,
There you go. He just indirectly said that Russia lacks competence. Thank you. It's true, but it's nice. It's refreshing to hear. I'm not very smart. I'm super smart.
не 7 пядей во лбу, 17. Но вопрос у меня
But I have a simple question.
простой. А почему у них деньги есть, а у нас нет?
Why do they have money but we don't? Because your leader decided to start a war that has led to a shitty situation in your economy. That's why. Because you decided to invade Ukraine in 2022, which resulted in sanctions and the crippling of your economy. That is why you don't have money. Trust me, you would have had a lot more money if you did not start the war. What the fuck is this?
Но мы же
What the fuck was that reaction to the question? Oh my God.
сегодня живем в ситуации,
Again, this is the media that is supposed to be hyping Russia up. Okay, this is the we are witnessing Russia being hyped up. Okay, right now. Why don't we have money? Awkward laughter ensues.
А почему у них деньги есть,
Why do they have money but we
а у
don't?
нас нет?
That reaction tells me everything. God damn. And they're the ones that are like, yeah, Russia's so great. Russia's so glorious. Russia's so amazing. And oh God.
но мы же
This feels like a sketch, a comedy club.
сегодня живем в
Look at their facial expressions.
ситуации,
We are currently living in a situation of our own making, by the way, where the West, these people you've been showing, sorry, this is just amazing. Hold on. I have to go back. This is just, there's this guy. Oh, this is my favorite guy.
продукция на мировой рынок. Что? А что в этом? Странных инвестиций. Да, и, кстати, был сделан вывод, что
This guy is my favorite guy.
Читаю.
значит, денег нет, а вот там юга большого, а там деньги есть.
Hold on. Let's return to where we
А
were.
они зачем придут?
Yeah.
Богатство и вообще развитие. Слушайте, они что, принесут нам ресурсы?
Не 7-5.
Sorry about that.
Ну, вопрос у меня простой. Деньги есть, а у нас нет.
Но мы же сегодня живем в ситуации, при которой Запад, вот эти люди, которых
For the West, those people who have been showing,
показали, но их убеждать бесполезно
it's pointless to try to persuade these
на
elites.
эту элиту. Ей можно противопоставить только
It can be opposed solely by a strong Russia. Well, then I guess you're doomed because Russia is not that strong, is it?
сильную Россию. Они боятся
They already fear everything on their own.
всего сами. Они, если бы они
If they were strong and brave,
были сильные и смелые, они бы уже давно пошли бы.
they would have come against our country with weapons in their hands a long time ago. I mean, that's true. That is true. The West is afraid of nuclear escalation. That is certainly true.
С оружием в руках на нашу страну. Они чужими руками это делают. Почему? Да они слабы.
They're doing it through others because they're weak.
Как в одном фильме, там, жалкие,
Like in that movie.
ничтожные люди. Но
They are
они
pathetic, miserable
все
people.
равно понимают только силу, в том числе и
God,
экономическую.
I'm actually tempted to agree. Including economic strength. So let's create it. No, that part's bullshit, okay? The Russian economy is dwarfed by the united economy of Europe alone. Okay, just the European Union alone dwarfs Russia when it comes to economy. When you combine the United States with it, yeah, I'm sorry, there's no contest to be had. Especially the current Russian economy.
Так давайте ее создавать. И для этого у нас есть абсолютно все ресурсы
We have absolutely all the resources for it
внутри страны.
within our country.
Денег нет,
So there is no money?
реклама.
Commercial break. Holy shit, that was what an ending. What an ending to this horrible cope session. Oh, so we have no money. We're a bankrupt state. Commercial. Cut to commercial. I sincerely love that moment when Solovyov asked, why do they have money and we don't have money? And the guy's just like, awkward laugh. You know, Europe's weak. Europe's weak. Yeah, but we don't have money. Well, you've brought this upon yourselves by starting the war 4 years ago. You've brought this upon yourselves. The current economy situation, you can only blame yourselves and nobody else. This is literally nobody else that Russia can possibly blame. Okay? There is nobody. Okay, we've done this. We've done our warm-up with the Russian media. How is everybody doing? We have 5 people in YouTube. How are you doing? Make yourselves known in the chat. All right, let's continue with the news then. This is a topic that is close to my heart. Woke AI. Oh no. There's trouble in the AI paradise. Okay, that is funny. That is it is so weird because this channel is supposed to be for serious news and not for slop. But serious news ends up being slop because in the United States, in the current Trump cabinet, the term woke has entered the vocabulary of politics. Trump openly says things like Europe has gone woke. Woke AI concerns? What the fuck does that mean? Woke AI concerns. Haze threatens to blacklist Anthropic over woke AI concerns. Yeah, your AI is saying your AI is being too progressive. We might have to cancel contract. Defense Secretary, I love how every single media publication keeps calling him Defense Secretary. Nobody cares for the US change from the Secretary of Defense to the Secretary of War. Nobody calls him the Secretary of War apart from the Trump cabinet. Apart from the Trump administration, nobody calls him the Secretary of War. Everybody just keeps referring to him as Defense Secretary. Pete Hegseth is threatening to blacklist Anthropic from working with the US military over the artificial intelligence company's refusal to loosen its safety standards. Holy shit, this is where we're at. This is where we're at. Safety is woke, okay? Safety is woke. This is when Elon Musk says this bullshit that his AI is just set to absolute truth seeking. Yeah, Grok is just absolute truth seeking machine. It has absolutely no bias. Oh yes, it has bias. It is very heavy right-leaning bias. To the point that it called itself Mecha Hitler at some point, but that's neither here nor there. Loosen its safety standards. Because of course, the threat came on Tuesday during a meeting between Hegseth and Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei, according to two people with direct knowledge of the meeting who were not authorized to speak publicly. For months, Amodei has insisted that using AI for domestic mass surveillance and AI-controlled weapons are ethical lines the company will not cross, calling such use illegitimate and prone to abuse. According to sources familiar with the Hegseth meeting, Amodei stressed those positions again on Tuesday. Yeah, of course you need robust security, and of course you need robust regulation when it comes to AI. Otherwise, it will just feed you bullshit. Of course, AI has to be monitored closely. Hegseth has said Anthropic needs to allow the US to use its AI in all lawful purposes, which could include AI-directed warfare and surveillance. Pentagon officials said the Defense Department is planning to keep using Anthropic's tools regardless of the company's wishes. What? That's what? According to the officials, if Anthropic does not back down, Hegseth plans to invoke the Defense Production Act, a law from the 1950s usually invoked during national emergencies, to force companies to produce certain products considered critical to national security. This has become such a... I feel like we're looking at a pattern here, that the Trump administration just invokes laws that are supposed to be for emergencies to do whatever it wants. Oh, you don't want to produce this for us? You don't want to agree to loosen regulations? Then we're just going to invoke this law that is supposed to be only for emergencies, even if there is no emergency. Such a move would compel Anthropic to allow its tools to be used by the military if they want to or not, according to a senior Pentagon official. The Trump administration's retaliation against Anthropic would also include labeling the company a supply chain risk, a move tantamount to placing Anthropic on a government blacklist, according to the people with knowledge of the meeting. So if companies don't bend the knee to the current Trump administration and its agenda, it will get blacklisted. Got it. And also called woke. Anthropic's hard line on domestic surveillance and AI weapons has been labeled woke AI by Haze and other Trump administration officials. White House AI czar David Sachs helped draft an executive order last year that targeted tech companies over the claim. Yeah, because anything you don't like is woke. I hate it so much that the culture war bullshit has entered politics on the highest level. Yeah, this is woke. That is woke. Europe has gone woke. AI of the companies that we don't like has gone woke. Whatever we don't like, that's woke. Okay? It's a very sad state of affairs. AI experts say woke AI is a nebulous and ill-defined term that Trump officials seems to use to describe any and all safety protocols, any all safety protections on powerful AI tools, and they believe that AI chatbots have liberal bias baked into their models. Yeah, no shit that woke is a nebulous term that is used against anything that people don't like. Okay? No shit. It's yeah. Competing AI firms such as OpenAI and Google have agreed to allow their AI tools to be used in any lawful scenarios. And as Elon Musk's XAI, which this week was approved for use in classified settings, the Pentagon awarded Anthropic, Google, OpenAI, and XAI contracts, each worth of $200 million last summer, but Anthropic was the first to be cleared for classified use after defense officials considered it the most advanced and secure model for sensitive military applications. The dispute with the White House comes at a time when Anthropic is under heightened scrutiny since the company is planning to go public this year. It is unclear how the friction with the administration will sit with investors. It probably is not going to sit well with them. You're probably going to see risk. Amodei has pointed out that Anthropic's valuation and revenue have only grown since the company took a stand against Trump officials over how AI can be deployed on the battlefield. My main fear is having too small a number of fingers on the button, and this is a real concern, by the way. This is a real concern that, for example, AI will not distinguish enemy from ally. That will just that it will not discriminate and attack anybody on the battlefield, regardless of which side they're on. That is quite the real concern when it comes to using AI on the battlefield. For example, with drones, equipping drones with AI autonomy. What I think the chief concern is that AI will turn on the people releasing the drones supposedly on enemies, such that one or a handful of people could essentially operate a drone army without needing any other humans to cooperate to carry out their orders. Amodei wrote in January essay outlining his concerns. I think we should approach fully autonomous weapons in particular with great caution and not rush into their use without proper safeguards. Are we watching that game unravel in real time? What was the name of that game. Horizon Zero Dawn. I guess we're watching Horizon Zero Dawn unravel in real time. When there will be no backdoor and AI will just destroy the world, and we're gonna have to, I guess, rebirth humanity once the AI weapons go dormant. Oh my god. Well, that's it. AI without regulations, AI without safety protocols is considered woke. You heard it here. We have to just rush fully autonomous weapons into the battlefield without worry what that will lead to, without any worry of what that could mean. Let's see if there's any. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. There's so much to talk about. Fact-checked. Russia pushes nuclear claims to derail peace talks. Distract from war anniversary. Yeah, we're doing the war anniversary now. We are doing our war anniversary right now. On the 4th anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion, which I don't want to say celebrating, but we are in it right now. I mean, it's already to a 25th here in Ukraine, but in the US, it's still the 24th. On the 4th anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion, Moscow accused France and the UK of seeking to provide Ukraine with nuclear arms. Well, I've missed the news. God, of course. That makes perfect sense that France and no, it does not. Okay, the West would never do such a thing. The West is far too afraid of nuclear escalation. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Okay, that is the stupidest accusation to date. To be quite honest with you, to be blunt. Yeah, clearly France and the UK want to provide Ukraine with nuclear arms. Clearly. They were hesitant to provide Ukraine with long-range missiles, but they would definitely provide Ukraine with nuclear bombs. Offering no evidence, Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service, SVR, claimed on February 24th that the British and French elite are helping Kyiv acquire nuclear weapons technology and delivery systems to secure more favorable terms in peace talks. Yeah, I don't buy that for a second. And if Russia had evidence, it would have provided it. This is a stupid claim. If Ukraine had nuclear weapons, and if it was truly provided with nuclear weapons, if with a viable amount of nuclear weapons, then the situation would completely change. It would not just be more favorable terms. That would be an understatement. But no, I will repeat that the UK and France will never do such a thing. Experts and officials who spoke to the Kyiv Independent dismissed the claims, framing them as an attempt to divert attention from the anniversary of the all-out war and to blame Kyiv for stalled peace talks. Yeah, of course. Of course, that is the play here. It's obviously hogwash, said John Foreman, a security expert and former UK defense attaché in Moscow and Kyiv, pointing out that Russia has made a series of outlandish accusations in the past. For example, that Ukraine is developing a dirty bomb, which turned out to be bullshit as well, of course. There is no truth in this, a UK defense official told the Kyiv Independent. 4 years into a war, he thought he would win in a week. This is a desperate attempt by Russian President Vladimir Putin to distract from his failures. And you know what? I agree with that. I definitely agree with that sentiment. I have never heard anything more ridiculous than the claim that France and the UK want to equip Ukraine with nuclear bombs for better negotiation positions. Ukraine, which has relinquished Soviet-era nuclear arms stationed on its territory in accordance with the 1994 Budapest Memorandum, dismissed the accusation as absurd. Russia's accusations. I've not heard of this. I've not heard of these accusations. This is just insane. Russia's accusations. Russia's intelligence claimed that the UK and France, NATO's only two European nuclear powers, moved to provide Ukraine with nuclear weapons technology after concluding that Kyiv cannot defeat Russia on the battlefield. Which is another subtle, by the way of Russia signaling that it's unbeatable. Okay? There are two angles to this. One is that the West is escalating on the nuclear ladder of escalation. Obviously, if France and the UK would provide Ukraine with nuclear weapons, that would be a huge escalation on the nuclear escalation ladder. But there's also the angle of saying that, yeah, the West has basically given up on the idea of Ukraine being able to defeat Russia on the battlefield. No matter what the West provides Ukraine with, it cannot win, and the West has realized that and has decided to provide nuclear weapons instead, which, by the way, is more true for Russia, if anything else. Russia is having very big trouble on the battlefield. Ukraine has reclaimed, I believe, 300 square kilometers of territory recently. Russia is having big trouble to have significant gains using conventional weapons, using conventional means, and therefore it just goes to nuclear saber rattling. It goes to nuclear fear-mongering. Kyiv will be able to secure more favorable terms for ending the fighting if it possesses a nuclear bomb, or at least a so-called dirty bomb. The agency claimed. The SVR alleged that the delivery of a French TN-75 small-sized warhead from the M5 51.1 submarine launched ballistic missiles is under consideration. A completely nonsensical, completely unsubstantiated, as always, very predictably from Russia. It is a very predictable thing for Russia to do. Other Russian officials were quick to amplify the claim. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov called the alleged plot a flagrant violation of international law, which is comical coming from Russia. Russia talking about international law when it's convenient. Russia fear-mongering about international law when it is very happy that the international law-based order is being dismantled before our very own eyes. A charge that rings hollow given Russia's own nuclear threats and its violations of Ukraine's sovereignty and war crimes. Exactly. Dmitry Medvedev's Russia's former president, known as for his inflammatory rhetoric, warned that Moscow could launch nuclear strikes against Ukraine, the UK, and France if such transfer occurs. Yeah, sure. The drunk Medvedev. Nobody treats that guy seriously. Nobody treats the former president of the Russian Federation seriously. Everybody just treats him as a loud drunkard. The accusation was further disseminated on social media by accounts known for peddling pro-Russian narratives, including Chaybaus or Diana Panchenko, A disinformation monitoring team at the Let's Data tech company said malign actors broadly spread the claim on Russian language Telegram channels, framing UK and French leaders as reckless and desperate while seeking to evoke fears of a nuclear war and global instability, because that is basically the last refuge of the Russian Federation when it cannot win the war using its army, its military, its dwindling military. Distraction from the war anniversary. Foreman said the timing of the claim was no coincidence. The expert called it a counterblast for the 4th anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion, aimed at distracting from Moscow's responsibility by flooding the space with disinformation. The claim also aims at the domestic Russian audiences, casting Ukraine as a dangerous proxy of the West, which has been the narrative from the very beginning, by the way. One of the narratives. One of the narratives is connected to NATO. So Ukraine being a proxy of the West, that is a correct description of the Russian narrative. The other is denazification of Ukraine itself. So posing Ukraine as this dangerous Nazi country. And the third is, the most hilarious one, is Satanism. Framing Ukraine as a satanic country, which is a thing. As Ukraine enters the 5th year of Russia's full-scale war, the Kremlin has acknowledged that its objectives remain unmet. So Russia kind of sort of admits that it has failed. The war was supposed to be over very soon. It was supposed to be a special military operation, but Russia has basically not managed to achieve anything. So it is forced to do this. A contrast to the early expectations of Russian officials and many Western experts who predicted a swift Russian victory. Oh boy. We're having the 4-year anniversary and no swift Russian victory in sight, which is why Russia has to resort to nuclear threats over and over and over again. Since late 2022, Russian forces have moved in an incremental pace on the battlefield while sustaining at least 200,000 killed and hundreds of thousands more wounded, the highest casualty rate Russia has suffered since World War II. I mean, it is the biggest war since World War II, but this is pathetic. The war was supposed to be finished in a few days. Russia has not achieved any of its objectives, and now is depending on the United States to basically hand the victory over to Russia on a silver platter. That is Russia's last-ditch effort, counting on their biggest supporter, Trump, and also on nuclear warfare rhetoric to scare the West, because that has been sadly very effective. For the last 4 years, this has been actually unironically very effective. It has caused the West not to provide as much aid that it should to Ukraine, because Europe and the United States have been terrified of nuclear escalation, while allowing Russia to escalate endlessly, I might add. No, none of the European countries are willing to send any troops to support Ukraine because of said nuclear escalation. It's a very pathetic situation, because in essence, in effect, Russia ends up having better allies than Ukraine. North Korea has been a better ally to Russia than the West, because it has not only supplied Russia with weapons in large quantities, it has also supplied Russia with troops. None of the allies of Ukraine has supported Ukraine with troops. And also that is very interesting because there's this fear, if any country would supply Ukraine with troops, well, that would escalate things to nuclear. Well, okay. Russia has introduced foreign troops to this war. And there's been no equivalent response from the West. No equivalent response. It's pathetic. The West has been very, very lackluster throughout this conflict, and that is the direct reason why we are where we are. We could have been in a far better position when it comes to this war if the West would have taken the lead when it comes to nuclear escalation, as in when it would take dominance when it comes to the nuclear escalation ladder, and that is a thing, that is an actual term, nuclear escalation ladder. And if it would have provided Ukraine with at least the weapons that it needs. I'm not even talking about troops on the ground. If the West would have provided Ukraine with the amount of weapon that it needs and in a timely manner. 5 years into its 3-day war, Russia would really prefer you focus on French and British nukes, the French government said on social media. As US President Donald Trump's years-long effort to broker peace in Ukraine has failed to achieve a breakthrough, observers link Russia's latest allegations to the stalled negotiations, which, by the way, again, Trump is another thing in this whole equation. The fact that the United States has all but became allies of Russia, the fact that Trump was bragging about ending this war in 24 hours, and the 24 hours have extended into a year, over a year now. The fact that in reality, Trump does not want peace, Trump just wants business with Russia, and the war just happens to be in the way of that. It all compounds. It all compounds into the very bad situation that we are finding ourselves in now. And of course, it goes without saying that the situation is worse. The situation is worst for Ukraine. Even if we got peace, even if we got favorable peace for Ukraine right now, there is no good ending for Ukraine, I'm afraid. Ukraine will still have to mourn the dead. Ukraine will still have to rebuild. It's going to be a very devastating period for Ukraine, no matter how this war ends. All the people that have been fighting so far will have to deal, all of Ukrainian society will have to deal with the psychological impact of the war. Something that is being so far pushed into the back by the fact that Ukraine has to focus on defending, that Ukraine has to focus on surviving. It's a thing that will come to the forefront when the war will end. The psychological toll that this war is having on the populace as well as on the soldiers will really be felt when the war is over, and no sooner. As much as we are getting glimpses of that effect, it really will not come into play before the war ends. Marek Kov, a security expert at the Tallinn-based International Center for Defense and Security think tank, said the narrative aims primarily to influence the already relatively pro-Russian segment of opinion in the White House, so that Washington puts even more pressure on Ukraine in peace negotiations. And interestingly enough, that is an understatement. Okay, relatively pro-Russian? No, it's not relatively pro-Russian. Trump is very openly pro-Russian, calling Vladimir Putin his friend. He has a very good relationship with Vladimir Putin. I believe he calls him at least once per week. They have great conversations. Vladimir Putin even promises him some things, like his infamous promise not to attack Kyiv for a week, which he has, of course, broken. That promise has been broken very quickly. And the pressure that Trump endlessly puts on Zelensky and Ukraine. Yuri Ushakov, a top Kremlin aide, has warned that the alleged weapons transfer plans would influence Moscow's position in peace talks and that Russia would brief Washington on the matter. Yeah, of course. That is another aspect to this. Russia wants to endlessly stall the negotiations and seeks for all sorts of excuses to influence its position, to change its position in the negotiations. Remember the made-up ploy to assassinate Putin? Remember that? When Russia said that during the negotiations, Ukraine attempted to assassinate Vladimir Putin? That also ended in Moscow shifting its position in negotiation talks. I wonder, this is very interesting that it seems that Russia seems to be finding one thing after the other that Ukraine is doing that allows Russia to just conveniently shift its positions in the peace negotiations. Isn't that very interesting timing as far as anybody can be concerned? Isn't that interesting? Russia has previously attempted to derail peace talks by blaming Ukraine for escalation. For example, oh, there we go. The article says what I've mentioned just seconds ago, by accusing Ukrainian forces of striking one of Putin's residences in December. It is so obvious. It is so transparent. Russia is not being subtle with this. Also on February 24th, Putin alleged that Moscow has intelligence about possible attempts to sabotage the Turk Stream and Blue Stream gas pipelines in the Black Sea, warning such actions could derail peace talks. According to Kov, Russia may also be seeking to sway Washington against London and Paris. Trump has often accused European allies of disrupting his peace efforts by rejecting Russia's maximalist demands and calling for increased military support for Kyiv. If you needed evidence that Trump is pro-Russia, this is it. Blaming Europe for not agreeing to Russia's maximalist demands. At the same time, it is entirely clear that neither the United Kingdom nor France wants to provide nuclear weapons to Ukraine at this stage of the war, the experts stressed. I'm pretty sure that the United Kingdom nor France wants to provide nuclear weapons to Ukraine at any stage of the war, to be quite honest with you. I don't think any country will ever come to the conclusion that Ukraine should be armed with nuclear weapons. So, here you go. The latest insane, unhinged claimed by the Russian Federation that Europe is seeking to equip Ukraine with nuclear weapons. Any questions? Any thoughts? Because I see that some people have entered the chat. Any questions for me? Before we go to the next thing, because maybe we will talk about Polish politics or Hungarian politics. What an anniversary topic. What a beautiful anniversary topic. Oh my God. Holy fuck. Oh, let's see. This is interesting. There was a UN vote for which country supports lasting peace for Ukraine. I want to see this. I want to see which countries were for and which countries were against. I'm grateful to each of the 107 countries that stood with Ukraine today in defense of life at the UN. The General Assembly adopted our resolution in support of lasting peace with clear calls for a full ceasefire and the return of our people. So that includes kidnapped children, I assume. These are the right and necessary steps, and we will keep working actively to achieve peace together with our partners. So which countries were for, then which countries were against? 12 countries against, in favor 107 countries, abstention 51. Okay, let's see which countries are against lasting peace in Ukraine. Belarus, oh, how unexpected. Burkina Faso, Burundi, Cuba, the Emperor of Eritrea, Iran, Mali, Nicaragua, Niger, the Russian Federation, no way. Rwanda just has nothing. Rwanda is blank. Sudan, wow. I'm so shocked. Where does Poland stand on this issue? Hold on. Let's see Poland. Where's Poland? Oh, Poland voted for. What a shocker once again. Okay, which country has abstained? We're not sure. We're just not sure if Ukraine should have lasting peace. Algeria, Angola, Armenia, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Botswana, Brazil, Central Africa, China, Colombia, Congo, Djibouti, Salvador, Ethiopia, Gabon, Gambia, Haiti, Hungary. Hungary, of course, Hungary would abstain. India, Indonesia, Iraq, Kazakhstan, Kuwait, Libya, Mongolia, Mozambique, Namibia, Qatar, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia. I cannot say that any of these countries actually surprises me. Sri Lanka, Tajikistan, Togo, Uganda, United Arab Emirates. I will say that Vietnam, seeing Vietnam abstain, actually, I feel very disappointed. I feel very disappointed that Vietnam has abstained. I feel like, I don't know. I definitely feel a sense of disappointment when it comes to Vietnam in this regard. Well, you know what? Disappointment has been a big part of my life as of late. Okay? Disappointment has been the name of the game for me. Especially since Whenever I open the news, whenever I open the media, I just see some completely unhinged news. Okay, whenever I open up, like just moments ago, I opened up Twitter and I seen something completely unhinged happen. Oh. Interesting. Whoa, Chariot TV. It's been a while since Chariot TV has commented on any of my stuff. I almost forgot. I almost forgotten about Chariot TV, which is a sad thing to say.
Since I'm not Jewish.
Oh gosh. All right, let's continue. Let's continue, okay? Oh no, wait, no, I gotta show you this actually. I'm gonna show you some genuinely Polish news. If you were not disappointed yet, then I will show you the most unhinged thing yet. Okay? Here you go. The Polish far right that calls for the invasion of Ukraine. A question from a right-wing student. Well, we're gonna watch the video. I'm gonna translate it. So a far-right student asks, I have to explain something. You have the Law and Justice, which is a far-right party, right? Which is a far-right party that has been losing ground recently because there are now more radical parties. There are more radical far-right parties that are taking away voters from Law and Justice, if you can believe such a thing. The Law and Justice Party is basically the equivalent of the American Republican Party. And now there are far more radical parties emerging in Poland that are calling for very unhinged things, like, for example, complete abortion ban, I think, just arresting people for doing I'm trying to remember the more radical positions of the fringe Polish parties. Hold on, I think I have it somewhere around here. I have it saved just for such an occasion. Where is it? Oh yeah. The far right youth organizations in Poland call for the death penalty for women that have abortions. If you think I was exaggerating, then there you go. The far right youth organizations in Poland call for the introduction of the death penalty for women that decide to have an abortion. This is where the right-wing politics are in Poland right now, the far-right politics. So with this context in mind, this far-right guy, this far-right voter is asking the Law and Justice the important question.
Dlaczego 4 lata temu, kiedy Rosja atakowała Ukrainę?
So 4 years ago, that is such an anniversary question that I just cannot skip it. I just cannot skip this question from a far-right Polish voter. 4 years ago, when Russia attacked Ukraine,
Polski rząd miał szansę działać w interesie Polski.
The Polish government had the opportunity to act in Polish interest.
I Polaków, więc dlaczego polski rząd 4 lata temu zamiast działać w interesie Polski?
So Why did the Polish government, instead of acting in Polish interest,
Polaków i na przykład zaatakować Ukrainę z drugiej strony,
why did the Polish government 4 years ago not attack Ukraine from the other side?
odzyskać Lwów
And why didn't not occupy Lviv?
i wszystkie tereny,
Why did Poland not attack Ukraine from the other side and get all the territories
które nam zabrali po 1945 roku?
that were taken away from Poland after 1945? Look at this guy just facepalming.
To staliśmy się niewolnikami narodu ukraińskiego.
Why did we become slaves of the Ukrainian nation? This is the state of the far right in Poland. Unironically, that is the far right in Poland. Why didn't we just attack Ukraine from the other side? Why not take territory?
I pan, bo ja od razu zrobię panu kontrę i w czymś...
So I'm gonna counter you.
W tym, że wszystko im dajemy za darmo,
What do you mean we're slaves? We're giving them everything for free.
bo powinniśmy czegoś wymagać.
We should demand something.
Na przykład Niemcy nie dają im wszystkiego za darmo.
For example, the Germans are not giving them everything for free. Look at this guy. This guy just smiles. Just everybody is amused. Look at this guy's facial expression. Look at this guy's facial expression.
Pożyczają im i
Germans are lending them money.
w ramach pożyczek żądają
Yeah, they're giving them
od
loans,
nich
and then they demand it to be
na
returned,
przykład budowania fabryk
and then
wojskowych, kontrakty różne
they're getting contracts,
z nimi podpisujemy, a my większość rzeczy rozdaliśmy im za darmo.
and we just gave them stuff for free. This is so unhinged that I actually really wanted to show it. This example of the furthest of the far right in Poland. Like, I don't want to pretend that this weird sentiment does not exist. And unfortunately, there are a couple of, I guess, ways that this can be discussed. The fact that these kind of very fringe, very radical freaks take away from voters from the Law and Justice Party, weakening the Law and Justice Party, the biggest far-right party in Poland, is being weakened by the fact that people such as this find the Law and Justice Party not to be radical enough. And this is somewhat good news, because it means, again, that the strongest right-wing party in Poland is getting weaker. But on the other hand, that also means that the far-right parties in Poland are gaining prominence, which is bad news. That is bad news no matter how you slice it. The fact that the fringe far right, the radical far right, the extremely radical far right is gaining prominence in Poland. And I guess I wanted to share some of that craziness with you for the 4th anniversary of the invasion. This crazy Polish sentiment. I've just discovered this myself, so this is fresh. This is fresh news for me as well, that this sort of question was asked. I never in a million years would I have expected any Polish person to ask such a ridiculous question, especially since actually accepting the borders between Poland and Ukraine has been a big piece of Polish policy. Before Poland became independent even from the Soviet bloc, the Polish diaspora has been discussing this topic at length, and it is very important to note that when Poland became a free country from the Soviet bloc, before the Soviet Union had even collapsed, Poland, the newly formed Polish Republic that was no longer the Polish People's Republic, normalized the borders with still at that time Soviet Ukraine, expecting Ukraine to become independent at some point. Because Poland's security depends on its relations with Ukraine. And that is something that Polish politicians, Polish thinkers understood very, very well historically. And unfortunately, that is something that the Polish far-right fringe is far too stupid to understand. All right. So that is something that I have entertained, talking about this lunacy. Now we can talk about, speaking of safety, because we have talked about how the United States considers AI security to be woke. How about the fact that I guess the US considers aviation safety to be woke? How's that? Would you like to see more in-air collisions in the United States? Would you like to see more people die due to collisions in air? Would you like to see more security measures implemented when it comes to such things? Well, too bad. That is wokeness, and there's not going to be support for any such bill. Look at those people. Family members of people who were killed in the mid-air collisions near Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport listened during a news conference ahead of a vote on an aviation safety bill on Capitol Hill on Tuesday in Washington. Well, those people were disappointed because the United States finds any sort of security or safety measures to be woke. Safety is wokeness. Live life to the max. Washington, the House of Representatives narrowly rejected an aviation safety bill that was spurred by the deadly mid-air collision near Washington, D.C. on Tuesday, one day after the Pentagon abruptly withdrew its support for the bipartisan bill. That is quite ironic that the collision happened right after the support for safety measure was withdrawn, isn't it? Quite the timing indeed. The Rotor Act, as the bill is known, would require wider use of a safety system known as ADS-B in and ADS-B out, which can transmit an aircraft's location to other aircraft. It would also limit exemptions for military helicopters. So basically, it would just make American airspace safer. I have no idea why such a bill would be rejected. I have no idea what logic, what rationale is being put forward as to why this bill has been rejected. Like, for all intents and purposes, maybe they actually did say that those who rejected it, that it's woke. Safety is just woke. The Senate approved the bill unanimously in December. It also had wide support from families of the crash victims. Well, I mean, yeah, of course. Many of whom had traveled to Capitol Hill for the vote. But the Pentagon has reservations. Okay, what are the reservations? I am genuinely curious as to what those reservations are, because I see no real logical reason as to why such safety measures would not be implemented. This is just insane to me. First AI and now this. This feels just insane. Okay, let's see. Let's see what the reasons are. After supporting the Rotor Act last year, Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell said in a statement on Monday that the bill could create unresolved budgetary burdens and operational security risks. Ah, yes, of course. Security costs. Security costs money, and therefore we oppose it. Of course, it's all about money, isn't it? It's always about money. Nobody cares about people's safety when it costs too much. The richest country in the world, by the way. The richest country, the most powerful country in the world, is too stingy to invest into the safety of its citizens. One of the most important things, the security of the airspace of America. You know what? I guess money saved is money earned. Though he did not specify what they are. Of course, he would not. Under House rules, a two-thirds majority was required for passage. The final tally was 264 in favor and 133 opposed, with more than 130 Republicans voting against it, because Republicans are freaks that do not care about the safety of US citizens, as we have learned with ICE. If ICE is any indicator, it is very plain to see that the Republican Party just does not care about any form of safety of US citizens. It's time to wake up to that fact. The National Transportation Safety Board said ADS-B technology could have prevented the mid-air collisions of a US Army Black Hawk helicopter and an American Airlines passenger jet that killed 67 people last year by giving pilots more time to react and avoid the crash. So in other words, the US has all the tools, it has all the means to avoid those mid-air collisions, but just simply chooses not to implement it. The United States just simply chooses not to implement those measures for, I guess, budgetary reasons, which again, the most richest country in the world. The Rotar Act would have saved lives. NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy said on social media before the vote, how many more people need to die before we act? That is an excellent question to the Trump administration. I am just noting that more and more US citizens are being killed under the Trump administration, and the Trump administration that operates under the slogan of "Make America Great Again" does not seem to be eager to do much about it. The river is being polluted by the biggest spill of sewage in American history, which people will get sick. People will probably die from it. You have bacteria that are immune to antibiotics that roam the land. Who cares? We have ICE agents murdering citizens in broad daylight. Who cares? We have mid-air collisions in US airspace that could have been easily been prevented by implementing security measures. Who cares? But do you know what is important? Making sure that there is no safeguards on AI in military application. That is what we need. Unchecked AI in warfare. But the bill ran into headwinds in the House from several powerful Republican committee leaders. Of course, it's the Republicans. The party that wants US citizens dead. This bill will undermine our national security, said Mike Rogers, Allah, the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, in remarks Monday evening, requiring our fighters and bombers and highly classified assets to regularly broadcast their location puts our men and women in uniform at risk. I can sort of understand this argument to a degree, but I'm sorry, but at a point where you have increasing amount of collisions that kill a significant amount of people, you just have to take a step back and realize, yes, security measures have to be put in place. So I don't find this to be, especially since I find this rationale to be extremely funny, considering that the United States administration has been leaking private conversations and chats where U.S. troops have been put at risk. Sam Graves, MIO, the chairman of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, described the Rotor Act as unworkable government mandate and raised the concerns that it would be burdensome to some pilots. Ah, yes, of course. Security is burdensome. Of course it is. Graves and Rogers put their support behind their own bipartisan bill, known as the ALERT Act, setting up a possible clash between powerful GOP lawmakers in the House and Senate. Okay, I want to know what this other bipartisan bill is. I want to know what the ALERT Act is. But the House bill does not have the endorsement of the NTSB aviation industry trade unions or the families of the crash victims. Oh, okay. So that other alternative bill does not have the support of the crash victims. That is good to see. After the vote, many of the victims' families said they would continue to push for the Rotor Act's passage. I want to know what this whole other bill says. I am actually curious about this alternative bipartisan bill and what it included and why the crash victim families did not support it. And those are actually questions that I'm curious about. We are devastated today. We are devastated. Today, a majority of the House voted to pass the Rotor Act. It was not enough. A statement from the families of Flight 5342 read, "We call on House leadership to bring the Rotor Act back for a vote that lets the majority pass it." The bill's co-author, Ted Cruz, Texas, the chairman of the Senate Commerce Committee, also voted to keep up the pressure. I'm actually surprised that Ted Cruz co-voted the bill. Only the Rotor Act ensures that all airplanes and helicopters flying in U.S. airspace play by the same set of rules, Cruz said in a statement after the vote. Today's result was just a temporary delay. We will succeed, and the Rotor Act will become the law of the land. The families and the flying public thus deserves nothing less. I mean, yeah, you need safety measures. The American airspace needs to be secure. I'm just shocked by the flippant disregard of human life by the Trump administration, again, which operates under the slogan of making America great again, America first, right? And I assume America means Americans. So what does any of that mean if American citizens are just allowed to flippantly die? It's ridiculous. But that is the state of affairs. That is the unfortunate result of Trump getting into power and doing whatever he wants. That is the result of the Trump admin's policy. All right. Any questions? I'm pretty sure that no other streamer will cover this topic, so you might as well ask me. You are in this limited, I guess, you are in this very prestigious club of people that are hearing about this, that are getting news from a streamer about this, because I am fairly certain that many people will not report on this whole bill and of House rejecting implementing security measures for the American airspace. Socialists. Imagine being black. Haha, joke. What? Wait, what does that have to do with what I... What does that have to do with aviation security bill being rejected by the House? And yes, the electricity is back. Oh, blackout stream. Yeah, the electricity is back. It was gone for a long time, but now it's back. Listen, ask me something about the segment that I just did that you will not see any other streamer cover, okay? About the fact that the Republicans hate you if you're American and wants you to die in a mid-air collision. I've just come to the stream. Welcome. Welcome, Zoshalix. How have you been? Listen, more people should appreciate and come to my stream, okay? This is my mini rant. More people should come to this stream and watch it. I cover topics like no other will ever cover ever. And nobody appreciates that. I mean, you appreciate it. You appreciate it, Zoshalix, because you are here. Right? Air traffic control reduced to skeleton crew. Yeah, but there's also this. We've just made a whole segment about it. Okay, we just made a whole segment about implementing security measures that could have prevented deaths, but the Republicans will not have it. The Republicans will not agree to such measures, unfortunately. Not if they can help it. Not if they can help it. Hmm. Oh my God, that is so, Chad, that is so, God, I hate that. I hate that. I hate that so much. That is so spineless. Spineless worms, goddamn. So I have to talk about this next. I just go to Twitter and I see one unhinged thing after the other. And I feel like, oh God, maybe I'll save that for slop. Maybe I'll save that for slop content because this is just beyond pathetic. A gold medalist removed all the LGBT mentions from their bio and is like, oh, I was a child. I don't believe that stuff anymore. Ha ha ha. I wanna keep politics away. So pathetic, goddamn. Once you get into any kind of prominence, suddenly you get into this pathetic coward mode. Jesus Christ Almighty. Socialix, have you heard about the project that I'm partaking in? Have you heard the news that I'm doing a big collaboration, which I will have to work on after stream, by the way? Are you aware of the situation, Socialix? I'm addressing you directly. Oh God, so much stuff is appearing in my feed. So much horrible slop is appearing. I'm actually annoyed right now. I'm annoyed and worried at the same time. Oh, wait, Asmongold has been okay. That's slop. That is obviously slop. When is the collaboration? Well, I'm supposed to. We are doing a pre-made video. It's a debunking of a transphobic video. The video is divided into sections, and I have been given the task of debunking one of these sections. That's the collaboration. Okay. So we will see a group of content creators debunking each section, and one of these sections will be debunked by yours truly. It is a very bizarre video, by the way. It's a very strange video. The video in question that I will be tackling, or rather I will be tackling part of it, is called 10 Reasons Trans is Not Valid. I'm gonna show you a bit of the video, give you a taste of what we're dealing with. I'm gonna show you some of the video. Hold on. So this is the video in question.
Isn't valid because reason 1. Trans identity isn't valid because changes in language must be justified.
There you go. There you go. This is the, you can already see the level at which we are operating here. Okay. Changes in language must be justified. Okay, what was the justification of the changes in the word gay? What was the exact justification for the word gay changing its meaning from happy to homosexual? I would really like to hear the whole speech as to how that was completely fine and justified. Or there are a few words that come to mind, but you get the gist of it. There is a word that is a slur that just, I'm pretty sure you still mean a put out cigarette, right? So there we go. I'll be tackling, I'm doing reason number 3. This is the reason that I'll be doing. And among the people that will be debunking this video will be Riverboat Jack. You will have the domain Nyara will be debunking this video, and a few other people. So this is like a collaboration effort. So there you go. The deadline is still the end of this week for me to give my bit. So there you go. This is for slop. How do you feel about this little anniversary that we're doing? Any thoughts? Oh, speaking of, debunking Matt Walsh's History of Slavery by Dead Domain from 6 hours ago. I might watch this later. Sounds good. Right. Let's do a few more topics. Oh. Okay. There's a. God damn. This is just. There's a. This is one of the topics that I wanted to talk about because um it it taps into a bigger. It taps into a bigger conversation. I'll be right back. Okay. I'll go to the toilet. I'll use the light. I'll use the opportunity that electricity gives me. I'll go to the toilet. In the meantime, press like and please consider giving, please consider, I don't know, recommending the stream to your friends, family, and colleagues. And also, before I go to the toilet, consider going to lucyhaza.org/live and donating or subscribing because I am in dire straits, and consider becoming a $1 Patreon so that you will get the upcoming mini history essay about ghettos during World War II, and you will get the regular cute little comic that I do. Alright, I'll go to the toilet now. Now it's time for me to go to the toilet, and then we'll do some more news. I just said that it's very sad to see the chat be so subdued. It's the saddest thing for a streamer to see when the chat is quiet and subdued. State of the Union address. Hold on, there's a State of the Union address right now? Hold on. We might as well hop into that, right? Before we go into the Sikorski topic. Was not aware. Trump, State of the Union address. Ah, there you go. Democrats literally cannot do a single thing right. Well, New York Post, Associated Press. Whoa, we're waiting. How long till we get the speech? How long till it starts? What time does Trump uh, 9 p.m. It's still a long time, I see. Ah, okay. I guess it'll start in like an hour or so, right? So we can go for some other topics for now. That's fine. State of the Union address. 9 p.m., right? Hold on. Yeah. 9 p.m. EST. So in an hour. Perfect. We have something to look forward to. We are looking forward to the State of the Union address. Oh, there you go. In the 4th anniversary, the building of Prime Minister's building has been lit in Ukrainian colors. That is a nice piece of solidarity to see. Okay. Poland is showing solidarity for the anniversary of the brutal invasion of the, I would say, genocidal invasion of Ukraine. That is the type of solidarity that is nice to see. Okay, let's go to this. So, Hungary under Viktor Orban and Slovakia under Fico has basically, each of these countries have independently blackmailed Ukraine when it comes to the topic of Russian energy. Today we will focus on the Hungarian blackmail, which is that if the it all goes over the Druzhba pipeline that has been damaged by Ukraine and the blockage of oil to Hungary and by extension to Slovakia. The threat is if Russia is not able to provide us with oil, then we will block the loan of 90 billion euro to Ukraine for its war effort. We will block this loan. And at the same time, Slovakia has threatened that if Slovakia is not able to receive energy from Russia, it will block electricity it will block its electricity delivery to Ukraine. Both being very disgusting forms of blackmail, considering that Ukraine is currently struggling with lack of funds as well as with lack of electricity. Poland's foreign minister has told TVP World that the decision has already been taken to proceed with the 90 billion EU loan package for Ukraine, insisting that the funds will be disbursed despite Hungary's threat to block the measures. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban has warned he could veto final approval of the crucial borrowing package over Kyiv's alleged failure to repair the key Druzhba oil pipeline, which carries Russian oil through Ukrainian territory into Central Europe. So, Hungary, Slovakia. Hungary insists Ukraine is deliberately holding up oil flows, while Kyiv maintains this disruption is the result of Russian attacks on energy infrastructure, which I will say that I am glad that the Druzhba pipeline is not being repaired. Okay, I'm glad that Russia is not being able to find more and more ways to finance its war against Ukraine, because keep in mind, Europe buying energy from Russia in any capacity is basically fueling Russia's invasion in Ukraine. But in an interview with TVP World in Kyiv on Tuesday, Poland's chief diplomat Radosław Sikorski struck a confident tone, saying the package will go ahead and that Budapest has already signed up to the plan. I have good news on that, he said, referring to the EU loan. We've just had a coalition of the willing meeting at which both the President of the European Council, Antonio Costa, and the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, said that the decision had already been taken at the last European Council, at which the Prime Minister of Hungary had already agreed. So he cannot just take back his word and say, no, we're blocking it now. We're not getting Russian oil, so we take back our word of approval. That's basically what they're saying. Hungary cannot go back on its word. So the money will be dispersed. So in other words, they are saying that the Hungarian threat of blocking the loan is an empty one. The remaining threat is from Slovakia that says that it will block electricity. It will block giving electricity to Ukraine, which would be a low blow. Again, considering that the Ukrainian energy infrastructure has been heavily damaged, and that we are seeing here in Ukraine blackouts several times per day. Like, I've been streaming in the dark for quite a while now, and only just a few moments ago has electricity returned to this apartment. While Sikorski appeared confident the funding would reach the government in Kyiv, European Commission President von der Leyen suggested that the process may not be straightforward, of course. Of course. Referring to the financial package as the steel porcupine loan because it makes Ukraine indigestible to potential invaders, she said all 27 heads of state and government have given their word in backing the deal. But she went on to suggest that different measures were under consideration to overcome potential barriers, implying that opponents could yet try to stop the loan plan, which is good, actually. The fact that the European Union is actually preparing a plan B, possibly plan C, etc., in case certain countries try to block the loan is kind of reassuring. It is good to see that we're not in a situation in which Hungary will just say, we're going to block this, and the European Union will not have a plan B and such. Yeah, there always should be plan for the, I don't know, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. That's basically the logic here. We will deliver on this loan one way or the other. Let me be very clear. We have different options and we will use them. Good. Dropping unanimity on Russia. Hungary's Orban and his Slovak counterpart Robert Fico have repeatedly clashed with Brussels over its approach to Russia, seeking to block the EU's assistance to Kyiv and threatening to veto sanctions on Moscow. That is another very important element, that Hungary has consistently been blocking sanctions. I am still very curious on whether or not, if Orban loses the election, if the leader of the opposition will also seek to block sanctions on Russia. That will be the big test on the policy of the new Hungarian government should Viktor Orban lose the upcoming election. The two leaders are widely seen as among the bloc's most Russia-friendly premiers, with their countries heavily reliant on Russian energy supplies. Against the backdrop of repeated efforts to stall the EU measures against Moscow, Sikorski said the bloc should consider moving away from unanimity in Russia-related decisions. Yeah, because this sort of unanimity rule is one of the reasons why the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth fell. Some say that its role is exaggerated, but it is still not an insignificant role. I feel like the unanimity rule can just create standstills, can just block the situation unnecessarily. It shouldn't be one country blocking an important decision on behalf of the entire community, he said. Yeah, exactly. It can create standstills, and it allows foreign countries outside of the European Union to influence things. By influencing one country, you can block the decisions of the entirety of the European Union. It is a very big weak point. Putin's criminal mistake. Tuesday's meeting of the Coalition of the Willing, a group coordinating political and military support for Kyiv, coincided with the 4th anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Europe's bloodiest conflict since World War II. Sikorski said that the war would be remembered as a historical miscalculation by Russian President Vladimir Putin. It will be remembered as Putin's hubris, Putin's criminal mistake that ruined his place in history. It was supposed to be otherwise. It was supposed to be the crowning victory, he said. Well, That is what happens when a very, how should I say, flawed country tries to rebuild empire. After 4 years of his 3-day special military operation, we're still here in Kyiv. Yeah, exactly. I am still here in Kyiv. And as we speak, Ukrainian forces are actually making some local advances. 300 square kilometers retaken by Ukraine. Yeah, I am in Kyiv, and Kyiv is still, as I speak here, part of Ukraine. Sikorski added that the war has already caused an estimated 1.2 million Russian casualties, adding that the rate of advances on the front line is slower than anywhere we've seen. He also put the economic cost to Moscow at roughly $1 trillion. That's real money, Sikorski said, adding that the war would go down as a story of miscalculation and imperial arrogance, which I agree.
Tonight we're here with Poland's Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, Mr. Radosław Sikorski. Thank you, sir, very much for the time.
Pleasure.
Now, you're a student of history. What will historians say about this war, do you think, when it's over?
Oh my God. Hold on, maybe I can. Maybe I can just watch it on YouTube.
Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, Mr. Radosław Sikorski. Thank you, sir, very much for the time.
Pleasure.
Now, you're a student of history. What will historians say about this war, do you think, when it's over? I know that the outcome is still unknown.
I think this will be remembered as Putin's hubris, Putin's criminal mistake. That,
Hubris, not hubris.
ruined his place in history. It was supposed to be otherwise. It was supposed to be the crowning victory. Because after 4 years of his 3-day special military operation, we're still here in Kiev, and as we speak, Ukrainian forces are actually making some local advances.
This war has cost already 1.2 million Russian casualties, and the rate of advances on the front line is the slowest in anywhere we've seen.
Plus, we reckon about $1 trillion opportunity costs for the Russian economy. That's real money. Of course, huge sacrifices by Ukraine too. A sorry history of miscalculation and imperial arrogance.
Indeed. Now, we've seen this violence and suffering in Ukraine has been subjected to, and yet Hungary and Slovakia continue to block crucial money from the European Union.
Well, I have good news on that. We've just had a coalition of the willing meeting at which both President of the European Council, Antonio Costa, and the President of the Commission said that the decision had already been taken at the last European Council, at which the Prime Minister of Hungary had already agreed, so the money will be dispersed.
Will be dispersed. Well, that's good news. That is good news indeed. And like when it comes to blocking money like that, do you think that there are some issues with the European Union?
Yes.
Sometimes being held hostage by 1 or 2 countries?
I agree, because as you know, Hungary is also blocking the 20th package of sanctions, is also blocking the disbursement of money from the European Peace Facility. I think on sanctions, I would be happy to...
Yeah, Hungary is basically currently Russia's biggest ally in Europe, which is why I assume that probably Russia is looking at the upcoming elections in Hungary very closely.
To personally, to discuss dropping unanimity, because it shouldn't be one country blocking an important decision on behalf of the entire community.
But if that's not possible under the treaties, would it be possible to create coalitions of the willing in terms of common security defense?
Well, the treaty actually envisages that, and we've launched such a coalition of the willing exactly in the area of defense. It's called PESCO, Permanent Structured Cooperation. It's just that it was put in motion in peacetime. I would be in favor of reinvigorating it.
A man you've known for a while, former Prime Minister Boris Johnson, has said European troops should be sent to Ukraine now.
I agree. European troops should be sent to there is actually no reason why European troops would not be sent to Ukraine, in my opinion. Russia has already crossed that bridge. Russia has already done that escalation, and Europe has not responded in kind. And I would like to know why. Why has Europe not responded in kind when North Korea has provided Russia with troops? Why not?
In supporting roles. Is he wrong?
No. Well, there are some European troops in all kinds of roles, military attaches, observers, that sort of thing. Well, it's easier to make such suggestions when you're not in power.
You met with President Zelensky already today?
Yeah, it's easy to be a coward. There you go. It's easy to make such suggestions when you're not in power.
What was your message to him?
Well, it wasn't exactly a message. This was a coalition of the willing in which my prime minister spoke remotely, and you can imagine what he said. Poland was the first to rally around Ukraine. We received 1 million refugees. We've helped Ukraine with energy, with tanks, with missiles, with MiG fighters, with contributions to the Czech ammunition initiative, to the pool mechanism for buying American weapons, and we tried to be helpful to Ukraine during our presidency of the EU, and now we're discussing joint production initiatives.
I'd like to ask you
what are those joint initiatives? I would like to know
about Elon Musk. Once Ukraine
there you go. The whole debacle of Sikorski having a spat with Elon Musk, and then Elon Musk blocking Starlink, which actually is considered one of the reasons why Ukraine has been able to regain 300 square kilometers, because apparently Russian logistics fell apart after Elon Musk has finally locked Russian troops out of Starlink, which speaks to both Elon Musk and also to the pathetic state of Russian forces intelligence network.
Up to SpaceX, quickly the Russian terminals were shut down on the territory of Ukraine. Does that show that Elon Musk is a friend of Ukraine?
Well, it's Poland that pays for 30,000 terminals. We've spent something like $200 million on SpaceX services. So first of all, we expect him not to give the same service to the enemy and not to enable the enemy. And I'm glad, perhaps somewhat, when I pointed out the problem to him, action was taken, and the illegal Russian Starlinks were switched off. Should have been done 2 years ago.
True.
And apparently this has sowed some confusion in Russian ranks. Good, but better never late.
Indeed.
Better late than never, that's the saying.
I'd like to close with this. How do countries like Poland, who have suffered from Russian imperialism, convince others further away of just the dire threat that Russia poses to all of our colleagues?
Well, the attendance at today's Coalition of the Willing shows that we in Europe see the danger. The danger not just to Ukraine, not just
it's too bad that it only manifests in meetings, it only manifests in empty talk. and never manifests in any specific action that could actually help Ukraine.
To the eastern flank of NATO, but to all of the continent. If Putin were to conquer Ukraine, Russia would become a partner for the United States in the global distribution of power. And we think the European Union, with a much bigger economy and democracy and so on, should be America's main partner on this continent. So the stakes are incredibly high.
Is there a consensus within the...
I don't feel like Europe understands the stakes, to be honest. Again, considering that Russia has better allies. Russia's allies have given more support to Russia than the West has given to Ukraine. That is an undisputable fact.
European Union, that victory for Ukraine is what is desired, and that means the defeat of Russia?
Well, we need a fair peace for Ukraine, and my definition of a fair peace is Ukraine within defensible borders and Ukraine in a position to integrate, at least economically, with the West.
Minister Sikorski, thank you for...
At least. At least economically.
Thanks. Thank you.
All right. We have done this. I, of course, agree with everything that is being said here. It is a very sad state of affairs that we have found ourselves in, as always. But the good news is that apparently Hungary will not be able to block the 90 billion euro initiative. Hungary threatens to block. We already know about this. I have covered this in this news. Oh. Wait, hold on. That is... I want to know the details of that. I guess I'm going to have to look into it more before any sort of coverage is done. The Democrats are boycotting Trump during his State of the Union thing. Yeah. Let's see what other news we have. I have to cover one mandatory LGBT thing, don't I? As a trans person. Let me see if there's anything new on the LGBT. Don't you agree? Whoa. We're gonna cover the State of the Union, of course. Utah judge rejects bid to disqualify prosecutors in Charlie Kirk case. Most Americans say Trump is growing erratic with age. True. Epstein accuses Olympians among guests invited to State of the Union speech. At Trump's State of the Union, Supreme Court justices will be in the spotlight. He'll be talking about his tariff thing, won't he? How is the union going?
Very busy time frame for President Trump that is leading directly into tonight. We've mentioned a couple of these issues, but I'm thinking offhand of the Supreme Court's ruling.
Yeah, that's the big one.
On tariffs from late last week, the concentration of military assets in the region near Iran, and
Yeah.
I'm wondering, like, do you think that these are going to be big issues that we're hearing on, yes, making an overall pitch to voters, ostensibly?
I'm not sure if we're going to be hearing about Iran, but the tariffs definitely will be hearing about the tariffs.
And around Donald Trump that we'll probably be hearing in the speech.
Yeah,
tonight.
that tariff decision from the Supreme Court on Friday was monumental. This is something that he had been waiting months for, and this is the High Court.
And was copying.
3 justices of whom he appointed, so
Yeah.
1/3 of that court, Trump appointees, saying no, that was unconstitutional. You can't do that. You can't just take the power of taxation away from Congress and decide it yourself. 2 Trump appointees were among those who voted against it, Neil Gorsuch and Amy Coney Barrett.
And he slammed them, of course. He insulted them.
Livid on Friday, went after them in highly personal terms.
Yeah.
Called them lapdogs, called the decision an embarrassment to their families. Aside from
And he's barely
decision, which he said, "You know what?
inviting
Fine.
them.
I'm just going to put a 10% tariff on everyone. I'm allowed to do that." He then threatened 15%, as he tends to do. Today, 10% took effect, so the 15 was out the window, at least for now. He's likely to go full bore into that because he has been saying for months that the tariffs have made America rich again, that the U.S. is taking in billions of dollars and it'll be into the trillions. Now there's discussion of, well, you have to refund the money? How are you going to refund small businesses who have been paying, far higher import taxes for chocolate or cork for wine or whatever that might be? There are also the optics of, what does he do with the Supreme Court justices who are in the room? Chief Justice John Roberts always comes to these.
We'll see.
not all of them
Hello,
do.
Vladimir. Hey, Tucker Carlson
Not
made
all
yet
of them
another
did.
one pretty
Last
good
year there
interview.
were only 4. But John Roberts.
What's the
was
interview?
among
Tell
them.
me and I will decide if it's
Was among
slop.
them. Amy Coney Barrett was among them. Is the president actually going to go after members of the Supreme Court, again, some of whom he appointed, while making the point about tariffs tonight? Or does he just let that part go and leave?
We're waiting for
tariffs?
the
I think
address
it'll-
to the
it'll be an
union now.
interesting look at how personally he
Like
might be taking
30
this as
something
opposed to
minutes.
okay, this is the nation's highest court. It ruled. We need to pivot to something else. You never know how carefully the script is written versus the president doing what we call the weave and just going off on his own tangent. As someone who covers the White House for a living, you literally never know until it actually comes out of his mouth.
And as somebody who has covered President Donald Trump, former President Donald Trump, candidate Donald Trump around the country, it's been like that since he first kind of entered.
I
the
might be
national
not
stage.
swap actually.
And he's already told us that we're in for
We'll
a very
see.
long night because we have a lot to talk
That
about.
might
so
actually be a thing
we'll
that
see.
I might want to cover on
hour
stream
and
on this
39
channel.
minutes for a Bill Clinton State of the Union. President Trump, as you mentioned last year, was not a State of the Union, but he went a minute longer than that. And we're expecting
I don't need the chat
tonight.
I don't need the chat of the Associated Press.
Supreme Court, but that's on the brain now.
Sure.
State of the Unions used to be a half hour, 40 minutes, 45 minutes. Bill Clinton was always long-winded. That's fine. This may blow all of that out of the water.
Oh yeah,
Well,
Trump
it's a
likes
good thing
to
that we have a
ramble.
live stream, and we
Trump
can just keep
loves
going.
to
as long
ramble
as
and
we
go
need to.
on tangents.
And we do
So
have
that's good.
snacks, thank goodness. One more issue that I expect will come up tonight is
30
the
minutes.
situation around Iran and what's been developing in the Middle East and speculation about what could be
30
next.
minutes.
Given what we've seen in public opinion polling, you mentioned the economy, but also related to Republicans who have told pollsters, we would like President Trump to focus less on what's happening in other places and more on our own pocketbooks and kitchen table issues. Do you think we're going to hear about Iran or some other foreign policy related events aside from tariffs?
I don't think he can ignore it. I'm sure the White House would much prefer that he was focused very hard on affordability and things like that. But you know, when you have sent this armada of warships,
Trump said that affordability is a made-up
and there's
term.
strike groups, which people forget about. It's not just the big carrier; it's all those supporting ships. It's a lot of firepower that is now amassed around Iran. The U.S. has been in talks. The president's warned them and said, you know, they really should make a deal, and if they don't, it's not going to be good. Bad things are going to happen. He kind of teases that version of it. Iran has held out hope for some kind of agreement. Then you have Russia-Ukraine, where talks have been going on again, U.S. brokered, but for the president who is often saying, I have solved X amount of wars, which
He has not solved them.
a little bit extravagant, frankly, and overblown.
Yes.
And clearly lobbies for the Nobel Peace Prize. It's still but you didn't solve this war. But you might go to war with
You didn't solve the ones that you said that you've solved.
and literally kidnapped their president. But milk is still too expensive at the store. I'm not sure how much the average American cares about what happened to Nicolas Maduro versus what the register shows them.
What about ICE murdering civilians? What about mid-air
Something we've
collisions?
frequently heard from other Republicans, including the vice president, who recently was using that word again, affordability, and talking about at least economic issues that affect everyday Americans. And that seems to be, as both he and the president start hitting the road more and doing more travel domestically ahead of the midterms, that's always interesting to me to kind of watch that dichotomy of what those J.D. Vance and other Republican leaders are kind of trying to make the message in an election year, and then what President Trump does, sometimes touching on that message, but always kind of going his own way.
The problem is, it's not clear how much of a problem he thinks that is, because last week you and I were talking about this earlier, he kind of took on a mock accent saying affordability.
Yeah, he said that it was a made-up term.
I won affordability. Those are the exact words that came out of his
He doesn't
mouth.
care.
I'm sure the White House had to cringe over that, and Democrats.
He said that the Democrats made it up.
How have you won affordability? The economy is supposed to be your thing, but again, the polling shows Americans aren't happy with that. So
The president of bankrupt companies supposed to be good on
What are you
economy.
complaining about?
What a joke.
I want affordability. It'll be interesting to see if there's one message the White House wants versus the one that actually comes out of the president's mouth. He's not one to admit, hey, maybe I was wrong about that. That's just never been who Donald Trump is. So White House message, what the president says. You never know.
We will see how it goes. It is going to be a long night, as we have heard. We will leave you now as we see Vice President J.D. Vance walking through Statuary Hall on his way into the House chamber. You'll remember from State of the Union addresses in the past, there are two people behind the president when he takes the podium. One of them is the vice president and the other the Speaker of the House, who will be Mike Johnson. And now you see on your screen President Donald Trump as he enters his limousine to head from the White House here to the U.S. Capitol. So this is one of those moments that we always see on State of the Union night, but this really does signify that the speech is getting closer. Donald Trump is scheduled to begin speaking at around 9, but he is beginning to make that journey here to the U.S. House. So we will leave you now with these live pictures coming in from the White House as President Donald Trump prepares to come to the Capitol for his State of the Union address. Back with you soon.
All right. Just
I would never do that.
oh yeah. Yeah. I am watching the State of the Union. That's right, Vladimir. I am in fact watching the State of the Union, but it's gonna start in like 25 minutes. The speech itself, don't worry. Oh yeah, I should change the title of the stream. Watching State of the Union. Trump and news. There you go. I've changed the title. Maybe more people will come. Ooh. Wonderful. Are we going to have hype? Oh look, it's JD. It's JD Vance. Look at this man. As always, I will ask you to consider becoming $1 Patreons to support your fab. Trump's speech expected to start at 9 p.m. You expected to start. So it's not even guaranteed that it will start on time. Well, whatever. Let's mute it for now and let's look at some other news. Let's look for our LGBT story. Okay, let's look for our obligatory LGBT story. Doge hides Trump-related Epstein files and what to know for the State of the Union. Uh-oh. An NPR investigation found that the Doge withheld some Epstein files related to abuse allegations against Trump. And when you need to know, Department of Justice hides Trump-related Epstein files. Millions of pages of Epstein files have been released to the public, but an NPR investigation reveals a gap. The Justice Department has removed or withheld dozens of pages related to allegations that President Donald Trump sexually abused a minor decades ago. The Justice Department declined to answer NPR's questions on the record about these specific files, what's in them, and why they are not published. NPR's Stephen Fowler tells us first that an NPR review of the files found an FBI email from last July listing various claims and tips it received about Trump. One report accused Trump of sexually abusing a minor around 1983 when Jeffrey Epstein also allegedly abused her. A field office investigated the report, and the records show the FBI interviewed the accuser 4 times. Only one of the accuser's interviews was made public, but it doesn't mention Trump. According to the Department of Justice's tracking system, the Justice Department did not make at least 50 pages of the files public. The White House and the Trump administrations have consistently stated that nothing in the documents incriminates the president. Well, then why withheld the parts that are about Trump? That feels pretty incriminating to me. Chaos erupted after Mexico's... No, that's a different thing. That is interesting. Okay. I guess we should be prepared. I guess we should take this into consideration while waiting for the speech to begin. I wonder if he'll even address the Epstein files during the... No, I doubt it. I don't think he will even mention it. I think he'll be rambling about 10 different things. He'll be rambling about Joe Biden's war. He'll be saying that the war in Ukraine would not have happened if he were to be president. He'll be talking about maybe Iran. He'll be talking about everything apart from that. Let's not make a mistake of... After 4 years of war in Ukraine, how does each side see the conflict? We're entering the 5th year of the conflict. Interesting that I am here for the anniversary stream. It has been 4 years since Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, starting a war the Kremlin believed would end in a matter of days, with Ukraine capitulating. Now, after years of death and destruction, the war grinds on with no end in sight as US-sponsored peace talks appear to be at an impasse. NPR has correspondents in both Kyiv and Moscow, and we hear from them about how both countries view the conflict now. So can I... Oh, I guess it's paywalled. No way is it paywalled.
This message comes from CBC.
No way. Is it? No, and it's NPR. It cannot be paywalled. Is that it? Do I have to listen to it?
The Cult Queen of Canada from Uncover is a story about polarization.
What the hell? I guess that's it. I guess I'm too tired. It's gonna start in 16 minutes. Is anybody here excited for the dress? But I need my I need my LGBT news of the day. LGBT news USA. Let's see. Tools. Best hour. Let me see. Oh yeah, I forgot to cover this, but I guess this is important part of news. EU declares trans women are women. I actually did not. I actually have not covered this. Where is it? Wait, why isn't it? Ah, okay, that makes space. Okay, well, let's see the news on this. Why are they not many? European Parliament declares trans women are women in landmark vote. Finally, Europe shows some backbone, okay, in at least one topic. Woke Europe shows its teeth by, I don't know, directly opposing Trump's agenda, Trump's anti-trans agenda. The European Parliament has overwhelmingly The European Parliament has overwhelmingly backed a landmark resolution affirming that trans women are women, and a move widely viewed as a decisive statement of support for trans equality across the European Union, which Poland is part of the European Union. So I sincerely hope this will find any sort of reflection in Polish attitude towards trans people. The non-binding resolution adopted in Strasbourg on 12 February was 300 non-binding. Okay, the non-binding resolution adopted in Strasbourg on the 12th of February with a 340 to 141 majority and 68 abstentions sets out the EU's priorities ahead of the next month's UN Commission on the Status of Women in New York. The text calls for the full recognition of trans women as women and emphasizes that their inclusion is essential to the effectiveness of any gender equality and anti-violence policies. True. Actually, transphobia hurts a lot of cis women. Transphobia, interestingly enough, hurts cis people as well, even though many people do not seem to realize that fact. It also urges EU institutions and member states to ensure equal access for trans women to protection and support services. A stance intended to strengthen EU advocacy for LGBTQ plus rights on the global stage. Finally, we get some good news. I have not reported on this. I have not talked about this. I have seen other people do videos on it. I don't often talk about trans issues per se, even though I'm a trans content creator. I possibly maybe should be talking about trans things more, but I have been focusing more on the international relations side of things. I've been focusing more on the war in Ukraine. After all, I'm here in Kiev reporting on the situation of the children, but it won't hurt if I, from time to time, do a segment when something good happens for trans people, because I just keep hearing bad news. I just keep hearing Trump saying that no matter how many chemicals you pump into your body, you will never be a woman. I keep hearing about executive orders that basically make life harder for trans people. I keep hearing about right-wing pundits fear-mongering about epidemics of trans shooters. So, you know what? It's nice to see that the European Union actually recognizes trans women as women. A proposed amendment that sought to specify that only biological women can become pregnant was firmly rejected, with 233 MEPs voting against it. Supporters of the main resolution say the defeat of the amendment underscores the Parliament's commitment to gender self-identification as a guiding principle in its equality and human rights policy. Although non-binding, the resolution carries political weight. It is expected to influence EU positions at the UN session and guide longer-term equality strategies, funding priorities, and diplomatic engagement. So basically the exact opposite of the Trump administration's agenda. It is also very important to note that once again, Trump has been very against the European Union. Trump basically wants to break up the European Union. And this basically shows how much of an important counterweight the European Union is to Trump's insanity. Observers note that the resolution also responds to escalating attacks on LGBTQ plus rights across parts of Europe and beyond, with the Parliament explicitly warning of anti-gender and anti-rights movements undermining democratic values, which is correct. This resolution goes directly against everything that Trump stands for when it comes to trans rights. It stands directly in opposition to Trump's transphobia. That is very important to note. And I am happy to see it. I'm happy to see that finally I am being officially recognized for once. For once, good news. This is not being a very super long segment on the subject, but hell, I just wanted to share some good news. Hell. Okay, let's see. 8 minutes to the thing. Let's see what's going on. Full speech. 5 minutes. All right. Oh, look, it's our favorite guy, Mike Johnson. Our favorite dude. 5 minutes till it starts. Might as well stay on this screen for now. Might as well stay on this screen, right? We'll get rid of the chat. How exciting. How exciting. Three minutes. 3 minutes till the thing begins. 3 minutes. It's starting. Oh my gosh.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
Mr. President. Yay. He is coming. Oh boy. What a mess this will be. What a mess. And I'm here for it. I'm here for this messy mess. Are you excited for Mr. Donald to show you the Ronald? Mr. Donald. Mr. D. Mr. Ronald McDonald. State of the Swamp. 17,000 viewers watching. Holy shit. Oh my goodness. It's about to begin. Let's wait for Trump to arrive. Let me check something else. You're late. Trump is late. Vladimir says, where is the major clown? The performance has been delayed. I know. Late. 3 minutes, 4 minutes late. 4 minutes late, Mr. Donald. What's wrong? What's happening, Mr. Junior? Mr. Junior Donald Trump. What are you doing? Brooks titled the stream, "Let us cry at the State of the Union." God. What a depressing development. Mr. Donald. Is he coming? God. It's 4 a.m. and I'm up for this crap. God damn. I cannot believe this. I'm staying up especially for Mr. Donald, and Mr. Donald is not even ouch. Not even gonna bless us with his presence. He fallen asleep? We're gonna say Mr. Donald has fallen asleep, and therefore the address to the union has been postponed, cancelled. Thank you for your attention in this matter. Mr. Donald.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Yay! That's so weird. Yay! So bizarre. I guess he has not fallen asleep after all. I guess he's awake after all. Alrighty then. Alrighty then, let's go. $14,000 viewers for Bosch. Jesus Christ. Insane viewership. Right. Wasn't he supposed to be speaking 8 minutes ago? Oh boy. Oh, fuck me. Look at him. Look at him. Briskly walking to the thing. What a brisk young man. Amazing. Amazing. The dysfunctional State of the Union. Everybody is watching the State of the Union. Everybody and their mom is watching the State of the Union right now. God damn. Jimmy Snow and the Line also watching the State of the Union. There's not a streamer that is not watching the State of the Union. Cheeks squealing, yeah. Hello, Zoshalix. Literally every single person is streaming this.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Hello. I am the best president in the history of the ever universe. Where do I look? Where do I speak? What do I do? USA, best ketchup. Oh boy.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really an honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States. Second Lady of the United States.
Oh boy.
Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back. Bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history,
Oh
the
boy.
250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant
The country was
economy,
dead. The country was
inflation at
simply
record
dead.
levels, a wide open border,
Stream keeps
horrendous
ticking.
recruitment for military and police, rampant
Listen,
crime at home.
I have Ukrainian internet, okay? In war zone internet, okay? We're lucky we have electricity, okay? We're lucky to have electricity even. That is the truth, okay? My apologies.
And wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a
Holy shit.
transformation like no one has ever seen before. and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages.
This is depressing. That is... Oh, God. Yeah. A turnaround for the ages. Unironically, this is a turnaround for the ages, but the thing is that it's just a turnaround for the ages for the worst. That is the thing that needs to be kind of pointed out, in my opinion. Okay? It's a turnaround for the ages that's just...
And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going...
Yeah, I'm afraid we won't. Yeah, we won't go back to where we were. That is the thing that I'm actually very, very much afraid of, okay? We will not be going back to where we were. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay.
Going back. Today our border is secure. Thank you. Today our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before, and our enemies are scared. Our military and police are...
The roaring economy is roaring like never before. Holy crap, he really is a demented man, isn't he? He really is a demented man. The roaring economy is roaring like never before.
Are stacked, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before.
Yeah, if we were to be sarcastic about the whole thing, yeah, indeed, America is being respected like it has never been respected, okay? And by that I mean it has never been so disrespected. Like, look at how Putin is treating Trump. That is basically how much respect that the United States currently has on the world stage.
After 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our
Billions.
borders, totally unvetted and unchecked,
From
we now
prisons.
have the strongest and most secure border in American
In the
history
universe.
by far.
Of course. Of course.
In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States. But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country.
Uh-huh. Sure.
The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born.
What the fuck is this speech? Oh my,
It's a long
already
time
it's...
ago. he wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time
Oh
ago.
my God.
The Biden administration and its allies in
I had a
Congress gave
beautiful
us the
father, my
worst
beautiful father
inflation
dad.
in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%.
Oh my God.
Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline. Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of
The global housing crisis is created by Biden because we all know that only the United States has a housing problem, right? We all know that no other country in the entire world has a housing problem.
those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both.
Holy moly.
And we are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that. 1 year.
Think of that.
Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and
Americans are screwed, aren't
millions
they?
of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up.
Oh yeah,
In 4
everybody's a
long
billionaire.
years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe.
Everybody's rich and successful and beautiful. Handle
Think
Donald
of it,
Jr.
much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country.
I love this slogan. We were a dead country. Yeah, America was dead as a country. It was over. It was over. Trump came and revived it from the grave, of course.
Country anywhere in the world, the hottest.
What does that even mean? Fuck. Oh, goodness.
As thousands of new businesses are forming in factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80
Friend and partner. The country that we have invaded and subjugated. Cool. We are our new friend and business partner. Vladimir says, how much burgers are being made under Trump compared to Biden? A lot. Listen, the U.S. has now a new friend and business partner, Venezuela.
million barrels of oil.
God damn.
American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill.
Yeah, let's kill the planet, right? Let's just kill the planet outright.
More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country,
That's a
more
lie.
working today. And 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector.
I don't even have to fact check this one to know that it's a lie. A straight up bullshit fabrication.
We ended DEI in America.
That's an empty slogan, okay? We ended DEI in America. That's not even a good thing. That's actually a bad thing. But then again, Trump is the one that screams that that Europe has gone woke. I'm just waiting for him to say we ended transgender for everybody. I know he will say it. What the fuck? I know that he will say it. Hello, Polyphonica. Say it. Say it. Say you ended transgender for everybody. Say it. You want to say it. I know you want to say it. Say it.
We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps.
Oh God, do I have to fact check all this? I know that anytime he opens his mouth, I need to fact check because he tends to lie and make up numbers.
For all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong.
No, it's not. Horrible, terrible vision.
Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it.
What the fuck?
People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just...
Yeah, we're winning so much by being murdered.
And I say... No,
we're winning so much by being murdered by ICE. We're winning so much by having mid-air collisions of airplanes that could have been easily avoided with regulation. We're winning so much by deregulating AI. We're winning so much by deregulating safety on basically anything, on drinkable water. We're winning so much by having the biggest sewage leak in American history. Oh no, we don't know what to do with all of that winning. We are winning by flushing our soft power down the toilet on the international stage. We're winning so much by not being able to end the war in Ukraine. So many victories. Oh, I could count them all.
No, no, you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud.
Holy shit, I was about to make a horrible joke considering that Epstein victims were invited to this, apparently. I almost made a horrible joke, okay?
The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
That is so pathetic. Oh my goodness. Oh. USA, 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 we are winning so much, USA. This is a train wreck. course, everybody predicted that, but you know, we're here for it. He's not gonna mention Epstein. There's no shot that he's gonna mention Epstein in this speech. There's just no, you don't even know.
Go ahead.
USA, 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 USA.
That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House.
Oh my God, the American women. Wait, hold on. Who is he referencing? Okay, let me see. But is Trump gonna announce the counter announcement to the European Union and announce that trans women are absolutely not women?
They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck.
Oh, God.
Floodwaters tore through. Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off. Do you practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case, my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given, and which has...
I don't know. I thought this would be social access. He's thinking of beauty pageants, isn't he? American woman. I don't know. I thought this was some weird jab on trans women again, because I don't know. I guess as a trans person, I have to be paranoid about such things nonstop all the time, every day, single day.
Been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Wonderful. Oh, it's this guy. Okay. Wonderful. Oh boy.
Great athletes have
Stop
gotten
it,
that
Vladimir.
very
Stop
great
it.
test, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them.
I
said,
thought he
"I'm not
deserved
gonna
it.
give anybody
I
else." No,
deserved
every single one of
it.
them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you. What a special job you did, what special champions you
What
are.
a
Thank you
special
very much.
boy you are. What a special boy you are. Who did a special boy that did a very special job. Wonderful. Wonderful.
I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles.
He's gonna fuck it up, isn't he? No, thank God Trump is not responsible for organizing it, so maybe it will go well, but I don't know. I am skeptical, to say the least.
And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country.
Uh-huh. No thanks to you, if at all.
And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first
What
term.
happened to the audio?
I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics, I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting...
Yeah, he got a peace award from FIFA. We all remember that embarrassment. Why is he mentioning that? Why is he mentioning that as some achievement? That he got a peace prize from FIFA? Why is he talking about that as if it was some great... Whatever, it's just so pathetic.
World Cup, so we
What
have
an
the World
ego-driven
Cup and
guy.
the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news.
What an ego-driven guy. I remember when he got that award from FIFA and he was saying, yeah, maybe Americans should call football something else. Okay, maybe football is just what we call soccer now because FIFA gave me an award.
So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon.
Is he? Okay,
81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home,
Is he here
started a
today?
family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday.
Oh, that is nice, kind of. A bit sad that it's under this president, but that's kind of cool. It's kind of nice. Is he a MAGA? No, I don't know. Probably was just invited. This speech is just all over the place, I swear to God.
So, Buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas. One of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there. Rising 26
You were
feet
not
in
there.
the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die.
But then I
Those
came
prayers were answered
by
when
me.
Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission. Young
Nobody
guy,
knew.
but very brave, very, very top always top
He
in his
loves
class,
to
and he
ramble.
lifted not just
He
Millie Kate,
loves
but
to ramble.
164 others to safety.
This guy loves to ramble, I swear to God. He just rambles on and on and on and on. Maybe Trump has ADHD, like I do. Because he just jumps from topic to topic, just in rapid succession.
People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that
Holy
rapid
fuck.
water, nobody's ever seen
What a
anything
storyteller.
Like it. They said, wow, that's something.
The winds were
Tonight,
blowing, the
Scott
storms
and
were flowing.
Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate. And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you.
Thanks.
And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down and take care of the service. Military aide, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service. Thank you very much.
What the hell is going on with the audio?
From 1776 to today,
It's
every
glitching out.
generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together, we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern.
By dismantling the Ministry of
That is the debt we
Education.
owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year.
By doing what
Last
exactly?
year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our
For the rich.
Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you.
What does that have to do with education, by the way? What is he going to do for the betterment of education? He has not said a word. What do tax cuts have to do with education, with
All
ensuring...
Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary massive tax cuts.
No, they voted against the big beautiful bill, which had a lot more than just tax
They
cut in
wanted
it. This is dishonest.
large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead.
Ah, yeah, of course.
But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill,
There you go.
we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors.
This is such bullshit.
And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America. Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom whose homeschools her children. Beautiful.
Holy fuck.
2 children. During the day while waiting tables at night, as her husband works overtime, operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening, and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and our expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half. Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan.
Fuck me.
Thank you, Megan.
For real.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank
We're
you,
fighting
Megan.
for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name that. I did not name that. I did not name that. Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the 3rd row. Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children. They're great people.
Great people.
You know, I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school, and I made computers, and I'd sell them to people, and I just kept selling and selling and selling, and pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream.
Yeah, the American dream is just when you keep selling and selling and selling. The American dream has nothing to do with the idea of going to America from all over the world and finding a new, better life there. That has nothing to do with the American dream. No, the American dream is selling, 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 selling.
Computers, a lot of those laptops, so I congratulate him
Jesus
on
Christ
that, but
almighty.
I really thank him and Susan, as well as
I apologize
others like
for the
Brad
internet.
Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner, thank you, Brad.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. Amazing, well done. Thanks. Vladimir says, big, biggest, huge, a lot, strong, very strongly, powerfully, very powerful, beautiful, wonderful, like never before. Nobody has anything like it. Nobody even knows what it is. True, 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 and true. Now you're thinking like a real American. Like a real MAGA
With modest
supporter.
additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more
$1
by the time they turn
billion.
18. Think of it, how much money is that for
1
somebody
million gazillion dollars.
that started with nothing? Over 100,000.
And they will
It could be much more than that.
do
To
everything.
make this investment in our children's future, go to trumpaccounts.gov.
Oh my god, he's just advertising
Trumpaccounts.gov.
his
And a lot of
shit.
people are doing it. That's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what was going to, what it was
I'm not
going
gonna provide any data that will show that it's popular, but it's popular.
to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started.
Oh
And now
god.
it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround,
Is the Trump accounts?
the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs.
I just cannot get over how he just keeps straining his face when he speaks. The thing is, What is he doing?
I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically
Is
and
he
on
in
a
pain?
national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yeah, hundreds of gazillions of dollars. Even though the Supreme Court has struck most of these tariffs down, it doesn't matter. Now we have clarity. We didn't have clarity before. We were uncertain. Now we have certainty. And it is with my power to do even more. I should have done more from the start. I didn't want to do more, but I will do more. And I will tariff everybody. Why am I saying this? He's about to say all this in a moment.
Ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it.
Everybody
Even the
knows.
Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it.
Of course.
And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth. And the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize.
No, he didn't. It seems like the economy is actually going down now for the first time in a while.
Winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court.
Supreme Court?
Came down. Very unfortunate ruling.
Unfortunate. A tragedy.
But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president,
Yeah,
have to
all the
make a new
countries
deal
really.
could be far worse for them.
What the fuck? Yeah, all the countries really want the tariffs.
And therefore, they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful country saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in.
From the consumers, from the American people. Oh my God.
Protecting
Oh.
many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without.
Which is basically none of them. You've settled basically none of them. We have gone through this. We have gone through this quite a few times, okay? We have talked about the tariffs quite a few times, and you have settled basically almost none of these wars. All right?
Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of.
It is a stream of consciousness. Just go along with Lucy. Trump land is a wonderful land. I know. It's wonderful.
Income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love.
Well, that's a lie. I don't believe that Trump has people that he loves.
Right? Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America.
From the
Because
consumers.
we finally have a president who puts America first. Put America first.
Yeah, by murdering citizens. Thank you, Donald. Thank you, Donald Trump.
America.
For putting America first, by screwing over America. Maybe by America first, he means America's first to go under Trump. Okay? Maybe that is what he means.
For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to health healthcare, from energy.
Yeah, the country was dead, so I guess you had the opposite of everything, right? If the country was dead, then you had nothing. I guess you had
Immigration.
nothing.
Everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people.
Oh yeah, unlike the tariffs that are draining money out of the... Wait, hold on. Wait, who's paying for the tariffs? Oh yeah, it's the consumers. Okay. Makes perfect sense, Donald.
Who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New scam, open borders for everyone.
Transgender for everyone. Say it, motherfuckers, say it. Say transgender for everyone.
Poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were
prisons.
11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen.
Yeah.
And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly use the word affordability, a word. They just used it. Somebody gave it to them.
What the fuck do you mean? You used the word affordability during your campaigning for president. Your whole it was one of your slogans during the campaign that you will make America affordable again. Literally, you were screaming at the top of your lungs, I will make America affordable again. And now suddenly affordability is such a dirty word in your vocabulary. Now suddenly it's a made-up word by the Democrats, even though you've been using it quite a lot during the election period.
Knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure.
Also, affordability is about much more than just prices, just so you know. Affordability is more than just prices. It's about transportation, it's basically everything that comes into cost of living, okay? So far more than just prices.
That problem. You caused that problem.
I should have turned this into a drinking game or something, but I don't have...
They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward.
They're not plummeting downwards. They're actually increasing, but, you know. And that is one of the things that, unfortunately for Trump, he cannot lie his way out of this, okay? He can say all he wants that the prices are plummeting down, but the people the people that are listening to him, even the people that voted for him, will go to the store at some point and will see the prices for themselves, okay? People will have to face reality at some point.
Is down 60%, Madam Secretary. Thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles.
Oh, gosh.
Rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down.
The beef is high.
Significantly. Just hold on a little while. We're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people
have ever seen
would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe
Trump will make up such numbers that you would not believe, okay? Unfortunately, the prices at the actual stores might be a little bit different. But you know what? The numbers that you will hear about, you will not believe. Incredible.
They see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it.
What the hell is going on with the audio?
Like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care. caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared.
So what is Trump's plan for healthcare? Are we about to hear it? No, we're not. We're not going to be hearing anything. He's just going to shit on Biden and brisk past the topic. I assure you, we will not hear a single word as to what he plans to do for healthcare.
1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%.
I'm willing to bet money.
Like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great healthcare plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people. So
What the fuck does that mean? What?
Can buy their own healthcare, which will be better healthcare at a much lower cost.
From private companies, once again. So he's not doing anything for private care, okay? He's not doing anything for healthcare for Americans, basically. He's doing nothing for healthcare. That is... What a shock. I'm unveiling a robust public health care that people will receive for absolutely free because we are the richest country in the world, and it's absolutely unforgivable and unacceptable for people not to receive health care. We should never have problem with health in the United States. We're the greatest country. We're the hottest country ever right now under the Trump administration. And therefore, I will give first housing to homeless, and I will also give free healthcare. No, that's not a thing. Okay. That is the alternate dimension,
My
Trump.
plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it.
Yeah, healthcare was so amazing under Donald Trump. Oh yeah. That was the golden age of US healthcare, and just Biden immediately terminated it.
Full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs
Of
were going to
course.
go way up, and that's what happened. And now I'm bringing them way down on healthcare and everything else.
Oh yeah.
I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before.
Oh, is he going to say that is he going to brag about lowering the price of drugs by 300%, 800%? Is he going to do that again? American people are going out of drugstores with money in hand. Is that going to be a thing?
Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action, but I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs.
We'll see.
Anywhere, the lowest price.
I mean, the problem with that logic is that certain types of medication in countries is for free. Okay, if you have healthcare, a lot of medication just becomes free, especially for the elderly. So, is any medicine free did any of it become free under Donald Trump?
So in my first year of the second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen. I took.
Okay, thanks Donald Trump for hinting at undermining democracy once again, at hinting at some third term. Thanks, Donald. We really needed to hear that this should have been your third term.
A very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more.
600%. He doesn't know how percentages work, for fuck's sake. Why? People come out with money in hand again. I go to buy medication and I receive money and the medication. 600%.
All available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way.
Uh-huh. Sure you didn't.
And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big. Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase. But a few weeks ago, she logged onto the Trump RX website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500. A reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine,
That's not a 300% decrease, no, or even 100.
We're all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom. So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it.
He does not understand how percentages work, for fuck's sake.
Codify it anyway, thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills.
Yeah, it has. Actually, they're not worried about it. It has. That has happened, okay? That's a done thing.
Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country.
That's not, okay, maybe in this country, but it has been used by China, for example, so.
Before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability.
It's not all that unique. It's Trump did not create this solution.
To get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years.
Yeah, I keep hearing from Trump that I'm going to see some good things happen, but they never happen, interestingly enough. I wonder if he's going to have the guts to mention Ukraine in this address.
Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership.
Oh.
With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes.
Wait, there's
And
a
now I'm asking
there's a
Congress
second thing to this, right? Being able to afford a house. That's also a part of getting a home, no?
to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine.
What
They
about
sell.
house prices? What about can people actually buy those?
Thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon. We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration,
God, the worst part is that I just feel like I should be fact checking everything every single second. Okay, I just be sitting here, going to a page and fact checking every single thing that he's saying. He always lies.
Social Security and Medicare, they are not protecting it. For our seniors, we will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money.
A lot of money indeed.
Millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records, your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year, as we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market. Let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information.
Like, none of the numbers that he gives, none of the information that none of it can be trusted. That is a sad thing.
They stood up for that. I can't believe it.
Everybody stood up.
I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay. I wasn't sure if anybody, even on this side, was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota.
I knew it. I knew you'd talk about this.
The members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that.
Oh.
And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse.
Oh.
This is the kind of corruption that
Are we going to see any evidence of that?
And we are
or no?
on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President J.D.
Oh no.
Vance.
We're all fucked. I mean, I'm not in the US, but you're all fucked. The war on fraud. Good luck. Good luck, everybody. Good luck. Godspeed.
He'll get it done. Find enough of that fraud. We will
Oh yeah, you will look for it and you will find it, definitely.
actually have
It will all be on the Democrat side as well, interestingly enough. You'll find all of those democratic fraudsters.
Balanced budget overnight. It'll go
You will expose them.
quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world and lawlessness.
The pirates of
The norm,
Minnesota.
not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration.
Importing this pirate culture is just a fraudster called. I knew it.
An open border.
It all goes back to racism and xenophobia in the end. The good old predictors.
Brings those problems right here to the USA.
It's all about xenophobia in the end.
American people who pay the price in higher medical bills.
Yes, for those outsiders, for those imported cultures by Joe Biden. Joe Biden imported all those evil cultures, didn't he?
Rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah.
Oh my God.
Delilah Coleman was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden.
Yes. It was an illegal alien that was let in personally by Joe Biden and just invited to kill people.
And given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians and
Yes. No borders politicians, actually. Not just open borders, zero borders politicians. All those Biden politicians said there will be no borders. Everybody will just pour into America to murder every single citizens. All the Republican voters will be replaced by Democrat voters. And all the Republican voters will be personally murdered by handpicked assassins that Joe Biden has selected to invade our country. God damn. God damn,
California.
man.
Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up.
Please tell us why you hate those dirty immigrants. Please tell us why you hate them and why they should all be deported. I love the weaponization of children in the anti-immigration rhetoric. You gotta love it.
Thank you, Delilah.
Thanks.
Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country.
Yes. Yes, the scourge of illegal immigration murder. But what about ICE? What happened with ICE? Oh yeah, ICE murdered citizens.
How we allowed this to happen with our open borders.
We just talked today about the mid-air collisions as well. You know, the flight collisions that could have been prevented.
These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times.
By an illegal immigrant.
Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers.
Yeah, because everybody knows that every single undocumented immigrant is a criminal. This is just stupid fear-mongering.
And we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them.
This is just brain dead fear-mongering because why am I even surprised? Are we gonna discuss ICE? Is he even gonna use the word ICE once? He's gonna use the term ICE?
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you.
Thanks.
We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world.
They would liquidate the borders.
The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you.
I knew it. I knew he'd say that. I am the only person that, that stands between you and the abyss. I'm the only person that saves you from certain doom. You are all doomed without me.
As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for...
Yeah, funding for ICE should be butchered, considering that ICE has been busy murdering U.S. citizens.
Helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice, we'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
That is such dishonest framing. That is such dishonest framing. But it's a classic strategy, pitting citizens against undocumented people, so that you can just deflect from not actually addressing any of the people's real problems. Like, for example, being murdered by ICE. It's the easiest strategy in the world, which is why many right-wing right-wing parties do it all over the world. Fear-mongering about the outsider, the immigrant, especially undocumented, or a refugee, or an asylum seeker. They're all the enemies of the people, of course. The state needs to come in and protect the people against those vile, evil immigrants. It's easier than fixing healthcare and the affordability, dirty word. So much easier to do. So, no ICE. No, I mean, he did talk about ICE without using the word ICE. And I guess we haven't heard anything about Iran so far. We haven't heard anything about Ukraine. So I guess international relations are not on the agenda so far.
Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself, not
Ashamed.
standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Uh-huh.
That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens, in many cases drug lords, murderers all over our country.
Ah, yes. Every single undocumented immigrant is a drug lord and a criminal. That is very fair. That is very reasoned.
They're blocking the
We all know
removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
That is such reasonable framing, of course. I've never heard anything more sane. This is not unhinged at all. USA. Just like
Perhaps most importantly,
Just like any trans person is a shooter, right? A mass shooter. I'm surprised he never mentioned stopping transgender for everyone. I'm surprised. I'm shocked. But the speech is not over yet, so.
asking you to approve the Save America Act.
Yeah, save America from people trying to live here and build a life. Save it.
To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. That cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant.
Yes. No evidence, though.
It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID.
Okay, I am sure. Make it easy for everybody to receive an ID. Okay, if you are 18, you receive an ID. Either you go in person and you get an ID, or it's sent to you by mail. Oh wait, no, it's not easy for people to get those documents. Well, then we have a problem, don't we? Because it restricts many people from voting. But it's not like Donald Trump knows that, right? Sissy Ford says, I didn't stand up, I'm ashamed, you should be.
All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None.
Many countries have mail-in voting and there's no problem. Also, again, there's no evidence of mass corruption in voting in the United States. It's a made-up problem.
And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%.
There's rampant corruption in the
And even the new
election.
communist mayor
Never
of New York
proven.
City, I think he's a nice guy, actually.
A communist.
Like him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good.
Yeah, because there's no easy way for people to obtain ideas in America, as far as I know. Fix that and no problem.
No good.
In Poland, once you reach 18, you just get an idea.
Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything
Common sense is such a buzzword.
else happens.
Common sense is... Also, there's no evidence of mass voting by undocumented immigrants. I have to point that out as well. There's no evidence of that. None whatsoever. The only examples are very few cases which were caught, and that's it. There's no evidence of undocumented immigrants voting in US elections.
And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason.
Ah, yes. Of course, we will not demonstrating what this cheating is, on what scale, where, because the evidence of it doesn't exist, basically. But, you know, who cares about that? Who cares about evidence?
Make up all excuses. They say...
Yeah, you can make up all of the excuses like the evidence of it doesn't exist.
It's racist. They come up with things you almost say, what imagination they have.
Yeah, nobody says it's racist, okay? Nobody says that. There's no evidence of fraud. That is something that is, you know, brought up a lot of the time. That there's just no evidence of those things that you're talking about.
They want to cheat. They have cheated. And their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John.
Yeah, we have to stop it. We don't have any evidence, but we will stop that thing that we've, you know, that we have decided that is going on, that we've made up in our heads. We will definitely stop that made up thing. We will stop that made up problem. Definitely.
And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government.
Common
in the
sense.
gallery tonight
Attacks again.
are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was
Common
14
sense.
when school officials in Virginia...
Polyphonica says MAGA are such sore winners. They already won the election and are saying cheating happened. Of course. Because it's one of those made up talking points that they have to rally behind. The only evidence of cheating has been from Elon Musk. Yeah. Yeah.
sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating...
Yes, I knew it. I knew that gender issue. I knew that. I knew it. I knew that he would be talking about trans people sooner or later, about transitioning children. Oh God, I knew it. Transgender for everybody. I knew that would be a thing sooner or later. I knew he was just itching. Oh, I cannot help myself. I have to talk about trans stuff.
Her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard
True.
to believe, isn't it?
Transition.
Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not.
In Maryland, that left-wing haven for the transes, the left-wing Maryland judge refused to save Sage from the clutches of the evil Maryland lefty agenda.
Not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University.
Oh my
Sage and
God.
Michelle, please stand up.
Isn't gonna be one of those grifter transitioners that say that all healthcare for young people should be banned, barred, and stopped forever. Is this what we're gonna get? Amazing. Transgender for everyone. It's not even talking of medical transition. It's just talking about social transition. What the fuck?
And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this?
Yeah, who can believe that we're talking about the things that I've been talking nonstop for over a year? Who can believe that I can be ranting about trans issues nonstop every day, single day? Even when it comes to the topic of immigrants, I've been saying that they want to change their sex for the American taxpayers' money. Yeah, who could believe that I could be talking about trans people? I could never believe that trans would ever even breach that topic.
15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states.
What the fuck?
Not even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender again.
Yeah, because that's happening. Yeah, of course that's happening. The states are just kidnapping children and transitioning them into a new gender. That is exactly what is happening. That's not even what happened in the example that was given here. Like the person was just allowed to transition socially. What the fuck?
Against the parents' will. Who would believe that we're even talking about this? We must.
Yeah, who would believe that the child could even? Who could believe that a child could decide about their own identity and not their parents? Respecting a child's identity, not on my watch. Not on my watch. I'll stop that.
Ban it, and we must ban it immediately.
Yeah, let's ban that made-up thing that I just decided is happening. Definitely. Oh, yeah, this will harm children directly, by the way. This will cause children to be harmed. Okay, this will cause more children to commit suicide for sure. This will cause a lot more children to be miserable who are gender non-conforming or trans. 100%.
Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy. I'm telling you, they're crazy.
Yeah, they're crazy. You want to support children that are suffering from gender dysphoria? You're crazy. You're just insane. What an insane notion. Insanity. I knew trans issues would be raised.
Incredible. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we? Huh?
Yeah, of course. Your friend Epstein wanted to actually transition children, if memory serves. It was a very big thing in the Epstein files. Fetishizing trans people and wanting to trans children. That was a big thing in the files. The files that Trump features in most prominently.
No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady, now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it?
Oh God, that whole shit show, the documentary about his wife that has received a suspicious amount of funding from certain sources. Yeah, that documentary.
Believe that. Over the past year,
That money laundering scheme of a documentary. Oh.
she has had an incredible impact.
My God. The money laundering scheme, which is the Trump documentary.
Championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure
I apologize, the internet seems to be not super well right now. We're suffering from the war zone internet syndrome, I guess.
$30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that.
By not being a pedophile, for one, that we know of.
And students and educators in every state have joined the first.
By not bragging about wanting to sleep with your daughter, for one.
Ladies' efforts.
That's how you get more bipartisan support, I guess.
The presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future.
Strongly.
Tonight we
as opposed to weakly succeeding.
Welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everett.
Sierra Burns. Oh, the internet is just... The internet is not doing well right now. We're still live. OBS disconnected. There we go. I don't know what's happening. OBS keeps dropping right now.
Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous renewal.
Oh my God. Depressing to be honest.
This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy.
Holy fuck, no way. No way Charlie Kirk's gonna be mentioned on the Address to the Nation. No way. Really? Charlie Kirk? Your great friend, Charlie Kirk. You didn't care about his death. You were bragging about some crap when there was mourning about him. This is so pathetic. The United States is not in a good place if Charlie Kirk is being mentioned at the State of the Union.
So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred.
A trans assassin.
Martyred for his
A
beliefs.
leftist.
His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight.
Yeah, she already started promoting her merch even before the body even got cold.
Erica, please stand.
Already proudly advertising events, merch, and many other things.
Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we
She's
must
been through a lot of advertising ever since he died, weren't you?
all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind.
Which is why I've sent ICE to the streets to terrorize the population, because I reject any kind of political violence. We should hire more ICE agents to unleash on the streets. On that note, for real. For realsies. For real.
We love religion, and we love bringing it back, and it's coming back at levels that no.
Yes, because just America was completely an atheist, a 100% atheist country because before Trump came along. That's true. I almost forgot that almost every single American became atheist, and now finally religion is being brought back to America. Thanks, Donald Trump.
Nobody.
That was the thing that has been sorely missing from American life, religion, right?
Actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful.
Yeah, nobody thought it would be possible for America to become religious again, right? That was just, everybody thought that America was just atheist now. That was the new status quo. Atheist America.
Thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our communities safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again.
What does that have to be? First of all, what does that have to do with religion? Second of all, recidivism has everything to do with the system of the United States. That even precedes Trump. The fact that America does not care about rehabilitating offenders. It cares about punishment. And Trump just says, oh, there's a lot of recidivism. Let's punish them more. That works.
And again, we are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zarutska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman. Irina fled war-torn Ukraine to live with...
War-torn Ukraine. Do not say the word Ukraine, you motherfucker. You're a Russian stooge.
Relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget there were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal, set free to kill in America, came in through open borders.
Yes, of course. Wait, was he what? Hold on. Hold on. I came in for open. What? Who is this guy? I'm checking because I'm pretty sure he's a citizen that was born in Charlotte. He was not even an immigrant. He was born in the US. What the fuck?
Mrs.
So Trump just
in
lied.
America, or only to be slain by a hardened criminal set free to kill in America, came in through open borders.
What do you mean came in for open? He was born in the United States. The guy that murdered the... Yeah, he just lied. That is a lie.
Mrs. Zaretsky, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina.
He just lied he lied just now. Amazing. Nothing means anything anymore. It's like I said, I have to fact check every single second. I have to I have to fact check every single thing that he says because he just lies about everything non-stop. He cannot stop lying.
How do you not stand? How do you not stand? I'm asking.
I don't know. Maybe you should stop lying. Maybe once you decide to stop lying, people will start standing. Okay.
This Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there.
What about trying to reform criminals? Like the United States prisons are already overcrowded. The United States already has the biggest amount of prisoners per capita, and it does not solve anything. But who cares about solving anything in Trump's America, right?
Starting last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success, New Orleans, Louisiana, big success, and our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore in
yeah,
Washington, D.C. How did that happen?
The internet is really, really, really not doing well right now. The OBS keeps disconnecting.
In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and
in history, of course. Yes, I believe you.
Murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago.
Of course. Yeah, I totally believe that number. I totally believe that you're not lying, as always. As you just lied about the murder.
They don't like to hear that. One of sick people, one of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround, was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation, she was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick.
He comes here from the
Shouldn't
open
have
border.
been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Evalie. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like it.
What does that even mean? Also, are we going to see the family of the people murdered by ICE? I kind of doubt it. Kind of doubt it. Oh, yeah.
So sorry. Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
She's a great young lady. I saw reports that were like perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. The internet is very, very much not good right now.
Violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night, and she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone, but his mother said, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean,
You say that about everything. I thought that guy was a citizen. Yes, he was. If you're talking about the person that murdered the Ukrainian refugee, yes, he's a citizen. I think you're behind on stream.
almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying. And after looking at the...
God intervened. Is this going to be the moment? Is this going to be the moment when Trump's gonna just say that God intervened when doctors were helpless or some crap like that?
The results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
But she turned out to be right. Right, Melody? She turned out to be right. Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew.
Please don't do sexual harassment during the State of the Union.
Thank you very much.
Please refrain yourself from your I can grab him by the pussy policy during the State of the Union. Please stop.
So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late great President George Washington himself.
Wow.
It's called the Purple Heart.
Incredible. Oh. You can't resist Lucy, comma. Trump can't resist being a sexual harasser. True. Also, the OBS just disconnected again. I'm gonna be right back, okay? I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the toilet while the Discord, why OBS is reconnecting. I have returned. I have returned and I am here. So you're safe now. Oh my gosh. The OBS is really struggling. The internet is not doing well. Oh.
We love you all. Love you.
Yeah, sure.
We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home And we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never...
Just keep, you know what, maybe restore safety by helping, by getting ICE off the streets. How's that for safety for Americans?
Never been stronger. In my first 10 months, I ended 8 wars,
No,
including...
you have not ended 8 wars. That's a fraudulent claim.
Cambodia. Isn't it funny?
No, it's not funny.
Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand. Pakistan and India would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said the Prime Minister of Pakistan would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia. Israel and Iran.
Yeah, in most of these places, the hostilities are still ongoing.
Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank...
Proceeds at a very low level, so you haven't stopped it, in other words. So you haven't stopped it.
Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help.
Shut up
Thank you,
about
Steve.
Witkoff.
Thank you, Jared.
Shut up about Witkoff, okay? Please shut up about Witkoff. God damn, shut up about Witkoff.
And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco. People like you. You know,
No, they
Marco
don't.
got 100% of
No,
the
they
votes
don't.
when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever. Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that?
I cannot believe it. In fact, I don't.
Nobody thought it was possible.
Of course. You keep saying that about, you say that about everything.
Thought that was possible.
You say that about everything.
Both living and dead. And those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. It was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more. Hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back. But we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel. And they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough...
Yeah, now Israel keeps bombing Gaza. Can you believe that? I cannot believe that. Oh no.
Tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their
Yeah, it's as happy as Paso. I think we're gonna end stream after this because the OBS just keeps disconnecting. We've been streaming for like over 5 hours, so Paso. As much as
boy
Paso.
back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back."
We have our boy back.
What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job.
Gaza still is being bombed by Israel, by the way.
And we're working very hard to end the ninth war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known
It was
as
not obliterated. God damn, the internet is just working very badly right now.
Operation Midnight Hammer. Good. For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb.
The
And
what?
we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like 32,000 protests. 32,000 protesters in their own
we're
country.
hearing about Iran.
They shot them and hung them. We stopped
The
them from
possible invasion.
hanging a lot of them with the threat of
course,
serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue, starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again.
They said from the very beginning after the attack that they would continue, that they were not deterred. Why are you acting as if it's such a big surprise?
And are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in
Sinister
negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference.
Also, you said that Iran just cannot enrich uranium, period. You didn't say that they cannot have a nuclear weapon. You said that they would not be able to enrich uranium for civilian use and that they will have to import enriched uranium. That's also a pretty significant factor, I think. Oh, Discord disconnected.
My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen.
Sure thing.
And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military.
Unless it's Russia, then Russia can doubt America's resolve any time of the week.
On earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term.
Yes, the US had no military before Trump came along.
We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong.
What the fuck? No, you do have a choice. This is such bullshit. America already had by far the strongest military in the world. Yeah, it needs to be. You need to add even more to the military budget. Brilliant. So necessary.
Because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very...
Yeah, just like how you achieved in Ukraine. Peace through strength, right? Don't make me laugh.
Very effective.
Very effective. Very effective. Very. Very effective.
So thanks to Republicans in Congress, we're investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country.
Now
And
I really want to fact check this crap. I really want to fact check this crap now. I bet that's not true. I bet he is lying. I'm willing to bet money that he is not telling the truth on that. Let's wait for the OBS to reconnect. This is horrible.
Countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed at my very strong request to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 2. And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us.
Yeah, Trump is bragging about abandoning Ukraine. That is the most depressing part of this speech. Trump bragging about abandoning Ukraine.
Totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently.
So exciting.
And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money. and it was $1,775 a night.
Happening.
They wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute, for $1 more, we can have $1,776. It's going to I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. $1 more, I said $1,776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it, so we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also...
Which firemen? The ones that are working from prison or the actual firemen? The ones that are prisoners and work for peanuts? Is that
So-
are these the ones?
We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that.
Oh, completely.
We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January.
Oh, so it's not just with American. Oh, he's talking about Venezuela. For a second, I thought he was talking about Mexico.
In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most
Oh my
complex,
God.
spectacular feats of military competence and
In,
power
in the world's
in world history. No one's
Oh my
seen
God!
it.
What the fuck? I was just kidding. I was just kidding about the world's history crap. I was just joking. That was a joke.
Anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very good.
Yes, very, very
They couldn't believe.
impressive.
They all watched. They saw what happened.
Uh-huh.
This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby.
God.
Because we did that. And my baby is becoming so important.
The internet is just crapping itself. It's just dying. The internet is just dying.
And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice.
Amazing. God, it's just so frustrating. I hate watching things like that. When the internet is completely crapping itself, when the thing is barely hanging by a thread. Oh, the OBS connected. Sure. Why not? Reconnection successful.
This was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's.
Yeah, sure. Trump just invaded for this person in particular. It was not to turn Venezuela into a glorified oil rig.
Really infamous prison in Caracas.
Of course.
Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down. Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time.
Thanks.
Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro. Really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor.
Yeah, Military Valor Chronicles. This is just amazing.
Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter.
God damn. God damn. If only I could. Oh, okay, whatever.
A big, beautiful, powerful helicopter.
What the? Don't get too excited, guy.
It's a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land enemy machine.
Hey, Trump, you shouldn't diss your friends. Russians are your friends. Why are you dissing them?
Guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very, badly in the
Fuck me, man. Just horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Horrible connection right now. It's barely working. Oh, it's about to disconnect while we're at it. Damn.
leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter, to deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle.
It just keep buffering. It just keeps buffering because the internet is just not working well.
The machine gun stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing, and people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious
Yeah, the internet
wounds,
is
but
working like
I'm
crap
thrilled to say
right
that
now.
he is here tonight with his wife Amy, Eric, and Amy. Come on in.
Oh my goodness.
So we have a surprise.
What's the
for Eric
surprise?
and Amy. In
What's,
recognition of Eric's
Oh wow.
actions above and
They
beyond
get a
the
medal.
call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Oh my goodness.
Party to be a party of families' values, yeah.
Pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world.
Of course.
All of this and so much more is the enduring
Oh my God. Can it buffer, please?
legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside. But that great betrayal is over, and they will never be forgotten again. Because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God
Increasingly not so. It's actually increasingly not so. More and more people do not trust America at all. A lot of Polish people say that America is actually not a very reliable partner. So whatever reputation America has had, you are flushing it down the toilet.
needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless
What a beautiful
fields
speech.
of the Dakotas,
Beautiful.
and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of...
What the fuck is he talking about? What? Is the United States not completely free from the United Kingdom?
liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot.
What an illiterate president, for God's sake.
And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you.
He's just saying words. He's just saying whatever comes to mind. It's
Bless
depressing.
you, and God bless America.
Well, we've suffered through that. So even though the internet was not great, we have suffered through the State of the Union. Amazing. So I guess I'm gonna leave it here. Okay, we all seen what happened. I guess we can do a commentary tomorrow on it and see how many of the claims were lies. We can do that tomorrow. Today the internet is not working very well, so we've been streaming for over 6 hours. So I guess I will now raid you to somebody out there who is willing to accept you, even though there's not many of you. Oh no, wait, I cannot raid in this. I cannot raid on this channel. I forgot. Almost forgot. This channel is still too small for that. Okay, I'll see you later. Bye bye. That was great. Bye bye. Good night. Good morning.